We acknowledge that we are on the lands of Anishinaabe Nation. This spot where we gather is the traditional lands of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. We also recognize that this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we, as beneficiaries of the treaty, must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, there is not a supplementary agenda this evening. Rules of decorum at a council meeting. The municipality of Chatham-Kent supports open meeting that welcomes debate of public policy issues in an atmosphere of inclusiveness, integrity, civility, fairness, and respect for differing points of view. Anyone conducting themselves in a way that disturbs, disrupts, or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, interrupts or makes derogatory statements or hate speech, defamatory comments about councillors, staff, speakers, or fellow members of the public may result in removal from the premises. This also applies to deputations. We ask that you do not approach members of council if they are seated in their council seats. The public, unless invited, is not permitted to come into the gated horseshoe area. The use of posters, signage, and literature is also prohibited. Mr. Mayor, this evening we have 14 councillors in the room this evening. 3 are participating virtually, and that is Councillor Allen, Councillor C. McGregor, and Councillor McGrail, and 1 absent this evening, and that's Councillor Lauren Anderson. We have no disclosures of pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, for open session agenda items. And next, I'd like to introduce the artist feature, Jules Lagarde. Please come forward. I understand you have a video and you wanted to say a few short words.
I would like to thank the Mayor and Council for helping promote arts and culture in our community and for giving me opportunity to show, display, and share my art with you today. Thank you.
I just want to put things in perspective. A lot of people here are looking at, we celebrate monthly local artists, arts and cultures. We bring various artists of all sorts in here to celebrate. We have many amazing artists right across the spectrum. So that's why we do this once a month. We celebrate, and so that's what this is, to celebrate the art you see around along these walls are hers. So and there's a short video. So just want to put in perspective what we're doing. Thank you.
Some people describe her as a modern-day Renaissance woman, whether it's visual art, sculpting, fashion, wood carving, photography, ceramic, stone, glass art, jewelry, or cake decorating. There seems to be nothing outside of Jules' creative capabilities. Welcome to the world of Jules Lagarde. As a child, Jules' talents were encouraged by her parents, who were also accomplished artists. At the age of 15, Jules won the National Graphic Design Competition in then USSR as Best Graphic Designer. When Jules immigrated to Toronto 35 years ago, she focused on fine art. She created numerous murals in the GTA, as well as being commissioned to paint works for distinguished personalities, such as Frank Stronach, Mel Lastman, and Ed Mervich. Jules has created art for magazine covers and posters for Hot Toronto Magazine, the Beaches International Jazz Festival, Toronto Fiesta, and Toronto Beach Fest events, just to name a few. As a fun fact, while living in Toronto, Jules appeared on the popular television show Open Mic, where she displayed her talent as a fire-breathing genie. Jules' eye for fashion was also prominent in Toronto with her own clothing line. She was featured in fashion magazines, outfitting movie icons such as Danny Glover and others. Jules' career was certainly on the rise, but in 2001 her life took a drastic turn when a devastating car accident left her with a broken back and neck. Jules laid in bed for 2 straight years, followed by 10 years of intensive rehabilitation and recovery. During this time, Jules suffered financially, and at one point she was left homeless, forcing her into the street during a harsh Canadian winter. Jules' strong character helped her battle through this adversity, and in 2013, she moved from Toronto to beautiful and relaxing Chatham-Kent. Now, Jules has again put brush to canvas to create her first pieces of art after more than a 22-year creative hiatus. When speaking with other artists, they're amazed at Jules' versatility, producing artwork in any medium, whether working in oil, acrylic, pastel, watercolor, or pencil. Jules can create art in any subject matter. In 2019, organizers of the Chocolate Convention in Toronto approached Jules about incorporating a charity fashion show. This fashion show would be unlike any other. It would combine fashion with chocolate. And while this kind of show has been done in Paris, Dubai, and New York, it would be the first of its kind here in Canada. But Jules wouldn't be satisfied with just hanging chocolate on a dress. So she began a year-long process of designing, making all of the outfits and chocolate creations, giving them a look that would compete on any Paris or New York fashion runway. Calibout provided 100 kilograms of chocolate and had Jules introduce Canada to their new flavors of ruby and gold chocolate. As a special request, Jules replicated the Toronto Chocolate Fashion Show in 2020 at our very own Blenheim Arena, providing a cooler location for the chocolate garments. And a video of that show was televised as part of Tajikistan's National Fashion Week. Looking for her next challenge, Jules was then asked if she could sculpt a large piece in Canadian jade. Jules suggested a bust of Chief Tecumseh, with such historic ties to Chatham-Kent. Jules began her research to ensure she provided the care and detail to capture a true character likeness of Chief Tecumseh. Jules is fortunate to have had her talents and creations shared with art collectors in Europe, the United States, as well as the Museum of Aviation in Russia. When she has time to relax, Jules enjoys composing music on her piano. You can find more of Jules Lagarde's creations on Instagram and on YouTube.
Jules, we're thrilled to have you here in Chatham-Kent. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, we'll now move on to the deputations for items on the current agenda. So this evening, all of our deputations, we have 28, are on the request of municipal support with regards to wind turbines. I will start, as you're aware, Council, you were emailed at noon hour today, all of the deputations, so you do have them all on hand. There were 3 that were emailed only and not present tonight. Those were from Ed and Kathy Secatris, Jane LaBute, and Ruby Meeker. This evening we have 1 person on the Teams call, Evelyn Sloan. Evelyn, are you ready to do your deputation?
Hi, yes.
Perfect. I'll remind all speakers, those in the room and on the Zoom call, that all of our deputations are a maximum of 5 minutes, and the timer will be on the screen for your convenience. Go ahead, Ms. Sloan.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Mayor Caniff and the council members for listening to our concerns today. My name is Evelyn Sloan, and I'm writing this to voice my opposition to the Capstone and EDF wind turbine projects. Sorry in advance if my baby disrupts us. I will keep this short because I know a lot of my fellow opposers have written excellent deputations, and I don't want to deafen the council with repetition. It is confounding to me that the unwilling host vote was not unanimously against more turbines. It is wildly irresponsible to proceed with more technology when the same technology has caused massive issues in other areas of the municipality. You're asking your rural constituents to ignore the historical data and firsthand information from families in North Kent and gamble with our well water. Our family's farm is on Maynard Line. If the farm has to truck in water because our water has become undrinkable, here's what will happen. And I assure you, we are not the only farm that will be impacted by this project. We will lose the farm without question. Our farm's employees will lose their livelihood. We will lose our homes. They will lose their homes if they can't find other work. Our children will lose everything that their family has built for them. When your payoff money from these companies is gone, our water will still be undrinkable. So just please think about that for a second. Please. Why would council even consider something like this, knowing there's a chance that you could be ruining the aquifer for thousands of people? Please do not choose profits over people. If you vote to proceed with these farm projects, I welcome each member of council to the farm to enjoy a nice glass of brown water. If you wouldn't drink it, why would we? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the deputations in the room. We'll first start with Angela Lavelle. On deck is Bill Aziz.
How do I explain what it's like to have unsafe water to someone who doesn't understand? Do any of you know what it's like to live like this? How is it that people are elected to work for us, to protect us, and to make decisions that are for the betterment of our community? Yet it seems like our concerns are ignored compared to the wants of a company that has nothing to do with this community other than wanting to cash in on our land. I live within the North Kent 1 wind facility and lost the use of my well in 2018, 5 days after turbine operation began. It has since been determined our water is contaminated with heavy metals. I'm not sure how anyone can look at the fact that hundreds of residents in one small geographical location can have the exact same water issues happening at the exact same time. They say there's no concern in that it's not related to the turbines. There has been no definitive conclusion because no one is looking for it. Not one level of government has taken us seriously. It's obvious that Chatham-Kent does not. Why are we standing here fighting this again? If we were taken seriously by this municipality, you would have already voted to have CK as an unwilling host, but here we are. The fact that Capstone decided to reduce the size of their wind facility over concerns of black shale is staggering. To me, this supports everything we have been saying. Our water is contaminated because of turbines. They say they have listened and done their homework, and there's no black shale in the new project area. I say, prove it. Show us your homework. Show us there's no black shale, because the Geological Survey of Canada says different. I have the receipts. Where are theirs? Is this more gaslighting by the wind companies to make us look like we are the problem? This is not a well issue. This is a water issue. The fact that I am standing here because you are actually considering allowing this to potentially happen to other residents in CK again is heartbreaking and not deserving of my trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bill Aziz, and on deck is Christine Burke.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Bill Aziz, and I live in rural Chatham-Kent. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak tonight. I'm here because I care deeply about this community, the land, the wildlife, the people, and I'm strongly opposed to the proposed wind turbine projects by Capstone and EDF. I want to share some concerns that go beyond just my backyard. These projects affect our environment, our farmland, our tourism, and the long-term future of this community. Wind turbines are often promoted as green energy, but when you live near them, you quickly realize it's not that simple. Across Ontario, wind projects have caused serious harm to bird and bat populations, especially in areas like ours that lie along migration routes. Bats, for example, are especially at risk. They don't reproduce quickly, and many die each year from turbine-related injuries and pressure changes caused by the spinning blades. Once you disrupt an ecosystem, once you cut access roads, pour cement, and clear farmland, those impacts don't just go away. Wildlife loses habitat, breeding grounds, and safe feeding areas. These are lasting effects, and no one from Capstone or EDF can truly guarantee that local wildlife will be protected. Chatham-Kent's natural beauty, our open farmland, our quiet skies, and peaceful countryside is what makes this area so special. It's what draws tourists, birdwatchers, cyclists, and families to visit our region. The view of wide open skies and green fields is part of who we are. Once that's filled with hundreds of towering industrial turbines, our rural landscape is permanently changed. These turbines aren't small. They can be over 600 feet tall with flashing lights that can be seen for miles. Tourism and rural pride go hand in hand. If we allow our beautiful farmland and countryside to become industrial zones, we risk losing not just our visitors, but the very sense of peace and belonging that brings people here in the first place. One of the biggest unanswered questions is, what happens when the turbines stop working? Developers like Capstone and EDF claim they'll remove them at the end of their life, but what happens if they're no longer around? What happens if the company sells, merges, or goes bankrupt? Who pays then? In Ontario, the cost to dismantle and safely remove a single turbine, including taking out the concrete base and restoring the land, can be anywhere from $400,000 to $1 million. That's not a small amount of money. So my question to council is if Capstone or EDF disappear, will the municipality be responsible for those costs? Will taxpayers, or worse, local farmers, be left footing the bill? Is the financial benefit that these companies promise you really worth it when the cleanup cost decades from now could outweigh the money offered today? If the municipality supports these projects, then it must also have a clear and enforceable plan, a bond or a trust that guarantees the removal and restoration costs are covered no matter what happens to the company. Every acre of farmland matters. Our soil feeds our province. When developers pour massive cement pads for turbines, that land is lost forever. Sealed under concrete, they claim it's environmental friendly, yet it destroys good farmland and threatens the safety of the structures themselves. That doesn't make sense for a community built on agriculture. Rural areas like ours already give so much. We face road dust, fewer services, and limited resources. We shouldn't be asked to sacrifice even more for projects that provide no direct benefit to us. I'm asking you tonight to listen to the people who live here, the ones who see these fields every morning, who farm this land, and who care about its future. Please declare Chatham-Kent an unwilling host to wind turbine projects by Capstone and EDF. Protect our farmland, our wildlife, our water, and our landscape. Protect the residents, both rural and urban, who call this community home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Christine Burke. On deck is Darren Sloan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are all well aware of the damage done to our ancient aquifer that fed life into the families and neighbors' water wells in Dover and into the neighboring Chatham Township, now polluted by the construction and operation of 3 industrial wind turbine complexes. This is on record and nothing has changed for any of us. I am here today in support of the rural constituents in the east and south part of our municipality who are justifiably concerned for their water wells, the environment, and the prime agricultural land. In viewing the Lower Thames Valley Source Protection Area Assessment Report, Aquifer Vulnerability Map number 4-7A, our same shallow contact aquifer that was irreparably damaged runs through their area as well. And what scares me most about their situation is that in speaking with some of these folks, their water wells are at the depth range of 40-ish some feet, which is much shallower than ours. If it's not the construction phase of these much taller turbines that impact these shallow wells, will it be the vibrations like in the case of Lavallier's in Chatham Township? Are we going to allow the same turmoil happen a 3rd time over or 4th time? Because 4 days ago, I spoke with a family that was impacted in the South Kent wind project, like ourselves, and they spent $25,000 for a new well system, quite costly and a waste because they pull the same polluted water up. They too are now dependent on bottled water. And I'm pretty confident this isn't an isolated case in that area. Many rurals of Chatham-Kent rely on domestic wells for drinking water purposes, cooking, laundry, bathing, feeding pets and livestock. Are you going to allow more irreparable damage to this already damaged aquifer? It's time to protect what's left of our invaluable underground water, now more than ever. We already have a potential health hazard in North Chatham-Kent that is being disregarded by the Ministry of Health thus far, still waiting for a response. With this being said, maybe we should seriously consider not moving forward with these turbine projects on this same black shale aquifer. We don't need more families living our same nightmare. Off the topic of water, I would like to refer back to the last time I stood here and two gentlemen, one from administration and the other from Integris, responded to a councillor's question that this wind energy was the cheapest form of all energies. That is not correct. Our energy bills have not gotten any cheaper. As a matter of fact, they've increased tremendously. In saying this, there has been a cost-benefit analysis report finally released on September 10th, 2024, first one in Ontario. You can find it online by Googling the Macdonald Laurier Institute, Chasing the Wind, by Eduardo Silpovita. Please take the time to read this report. Wind is low value, low power density, erratic, and unreliable. Visit the website of Rodin Energy Solutions, Sigration.com, to view current generation output for sources in Ontario and view that wind actually produces very little compared to hydro, nuclear, and natural gas, and it is costly. According to the Minister of Energy, Todd Smith, on February 23, 2024, wind and solar, mostly wind, has cost us, the taxpayers, $6+ billion. Another good article to read is called Windy Business at christianfarmers.org. Please entertain this article. Mayor and Council, your rural constituents are the collateral damage for a select few, sacrificing our drinking water, our health, our prime agricultural lands, the disruption of our wildlife habitat, our environment, for something that doesn't work. Have we not had enough already? We can't go back and turn the damage done around. It's time we start caring for what we have left of our municipality. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Darren Sloan. On deck is Derek Melnick.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff and Chatham-Kent Council. My name is Darren Sloan, and I'm here tonight to speak against the wind turbine projects. Our family pig farm, as well as my family's house and my parents' house, are all located on Maynard Line between Communication and Mall Road. Both locations have water wells, very good water wells. Our only water issues are some iron and hardness, both easily managed with our own water treatment systems, both at an agricultural as well as a residential scale. Our family pig farm utilizes 45,000 liters of water daily. We provide fresh water for drinking, cleaning, and cooling for 1,300 pigs and 2,000 piglets. This pig farm is the livelihood for my father, brother, and myself, as well as 7 other local residents. We have spent a considerable amount of money to install the best water treatment system to produce and maintain a high-quality protein source. The proposed wind turbine projects have given us cause for concern. In speaking with a reputable local water well drilling company that has drilled and performed maintenance on our wells and many others in the area, I asked whether we should be concerned. Yes, was the answer. I then asked what the cost for our farm might be should the water wells be unusable. I was told a pig farm our size would require 2 semi-loads of water per day, every day, at a cost of $1,000 per day. That's $365,000 per year. So to the Capstone representative that offered us $36,000 per year if we signed up, you're missing a zero there. Alternatively, if we had the option for municipal water, which we do not, that would cost us in the neighborhood of $30,000 to $50,000 annually. And with the municipal hookup and further water treatment to remove the chlorine, a cost of roughly $100,000. And there is no capacity for municipal water hookups currently. Both options would put our family pig farm out of business and our 7 employees unemployed. Some people don't like the look of the turbines. Some don't like the noise or vibration they emit. Some have questions about whether they are really a viable source of clean energy, given all the energy that goes into making one. I believe the central concern is the drinking water for thousands of Chatham-Kent residents. None of these residents has an option for any other water source. Their water well is literally their lifeline to a necessity of life that a yes vote would gamble with. I've heard some councillors say, what about individuals having rights to what happens on their personal property? The water aquifer doesn't know about man-made property lines. The water aquifer is a vital shared resource. Most farmers I spoke with that were contemplating signing up for a turbine, from a turbine salesman that said, if you don't sign up, your neighbor will get the revenue for the next 20 years. Divide and conquer the community. Must be a great business opportunity, eh? These farmers had serious questions when I told them what I heard from the well drilling company. They must drink the water too. I am sure if the councillors representing city wards said to their constituents, hey, I'm thinking of accepting money from these turbine companies and gambling with the drinking water of your families, friends, and neighbors, they'd tell you to give your head a shake. Most of my friends and family from town don't even drink city water. They all have Culligan water jugs. We actually drink the water from the well taps out here and enjoy it. The only reason these companies want to build here is because the land is flat and the proximity to high voltage transmission lines. That's it. Council, what is the plan B for drinking water for these residents? What funds are set aside should a plan B become necessary? What funds and planning have you asked the wind turbine companies to expressly spell out should the drinking water become undrinkable as a result of these wind projects? With unsolved water well issues in North Kent, where the aquifer is identical, I hope to see an overwhelming no vote to these projects and make Chatham-Kent an unwilling host.
Next speaker is Derek Melnick. On deck is Diana Cornelius.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff and members of council. My name is Derek Melnick. I was born and raised here in Chatham-Kent, and I serve as an RCMP officer in a border integrity unit protecting Canadians and our national security. Though I commute to Windsor for work, I continue to reside in the place that I have always called home, Chatham-Kent. My father served this community as well for 30 years as an OPP officer. He dedicated his life to helping others, and like many who serve, carried invisible wounds. He lost his battle with PTSD in 2011. When that happened, I came home to look after my mother and to reconnect with the community my family has always loved. When I bought my house in 2014, I remember standing on the second floor at night, looking towards Blenheim. I couldn't believe what I saw. Dozens and dozens of flashing red lights in every direction. For a moment, I thought I was Luke Skywalker doing the trench run on the Death Star. It was surreal, and I realized how much the skyline had changed and how much the peace had changed. Like my dad, I too live with PTSD. I chose life in the country for one reason: peace, the quiet, the open space, the stillness of nature, what keep me grounded. My home is my sanctuary, but that sanctuary and my water is now at risk. I live on Blind Fourth Line in a rural area that receives far fewer municipal services than urban areas. No water lines, no sewers, limited infrastructure maintenance. While residents in town have access to essential utilities and paved roads, we maintain our wells, our septic systems, and often our own road upkeep. Our taxes keep increasing, yet the few things that make rural life worthwhile, peace and clean water, are being threatened. When my old well failed during the first year of the pandemic, I invested over $20,000 in a new well and a water treatment system. If the black shale aquifer beneath my property is disturbed, as it was in North Kent, that investment becomes worthless and my family loses its lifeline. In North Kent, turbine foundation drilling disturbed that same black shale aquifer, releasing fine sediment and heavy metals into groundwater. An independent geologist, Dr. Keith Ben, confirmed that the province never collected sediment samples, even after independent testing revealed mercury and other heavy metals. At the time, Chatham-Kent's medical health officer of health, Dr. David Colby, told local media that the water is safe to drink, maintaining that the health unit only tests for bacterial contamination and that particulates do not pose a health risk. Yet families could see the black sediment in their glass and knew something wasn't right. So I'll ask each of you directly, would you drink a glass of that water from North Kent? Would you serve it to your children or your parents? Because that's what you're asking us to do. Health Canada's own study found turbine noise creates measurable annoyance and stress, both recognized public health effects. An Ontario study published in Social Science and Medicine linked long-term exposure to psychosocial stress and reduced quality of life. Developers EDF and Capstone promised Chatham-Kent millions of dollars in community benefits, but those millions come at a cost to residents. Lost wells, lowered property values, health impacts, and the destruction of the peace. Let's be honest, if it weren't for those developer payments, this council wouldn't even be considering these projects. It's the same playbook we've seen with York One Environmental, the company behind the proposed Dresden dump expansion, which donated to the Ontario Conservative Party before receiving favorable attention from the provincial government. That's what it looks like this is again, developer kickbacks and political convenience taking priority over the people who actually live here. It sounds like the Greenbelt scandal all over again. So I ask you, what guarantees will you give us if our wells start failing? If this risk is so acceptable and council goes ahead and approves these projects, then you should also guarantee that you will compensate any residents whose wells are affected, that you will run municipal water to every home that loses its well, and it will be provided at no charge to residents because they didn't need it before. I'll ask this, would you approve any project that had even a small chance of contaminating Chatham's municipal water supply? We all know the answer, of course not. The provincial government ignored local voices when it forced the dump on Dresden. They abandoned us. If council approves these turbine projects, knowing the risks, then you'll be no better than Doug Ford. It will be Greenbelt 2.0, or should I say Turbine 2.0. I was raised to believe that being a good person means never profiting from something that harms your neighbors and fellow citizens. No amount of money should ever outweigh doing what's right. Please stand on the side of what's right, reject the EDF and Capstone projects, and adopt a permanent unwilling host policy for new turbines. If you wouldn't accept one of these monstrosities beside your own home, threatening your water, your health, and your peace, then you shouldn't ask us to. Thank you.
Next speaker is Diana Cornelius. On deck will be Elizabeth Sterling.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff and council members of Chatham-Kent. I'd like to present to you some information regarding the health impacts from living too close to industrial wind turbines. I believe the setback in Ontario is 550 meters from a dwelling place. And I also want to mention that the taller they are, the more likely you are to be impacted. There have been many reports of dizziness, motion sickness, sleeplessness, ear pressure, vertigo, irritability, problems with concentration and memory, and more. Some people react to the inaudible low-frequency noise so severely that they can't sleep in their home and return in the morning to continue with their day. Then there's the noise that is audible that can create a cacophony that is unrelenting, disturbing the peace you enjoy inside and outside your country home. There is also a possibility of flicker. If a wind turbine is immediately south of your home, as the blades break up the sunlight in a pulsating pattern, this could be dangerous for people with photosensitive epilepsy and is otherwise downright annoying enough to make one draw the curtains and your window blinds. Flicker is real. It is a health issue. I'll briefly focus on the low frequency noise and vibration. The term wind turbine syndrome was coined by Nina Pierpont, MD, PhD. The inner ear parts called utricle and saccule and semicircular canals make up our vestibular balance organs. She determined they were likely dysregulated by the turbine noise, as these ear parts are the low-frequency vibration detectors, thus creating the sleep disturbance. Low-frequency noise can create motion sickness. Our inner ear picks up the slight vibration and perceives it as motion, but our body also needs to physically feel motion, as in walking, and to physically see motion as we move. When one or two of these three components is missing, motion sickness can be the result. Some individuals are more prone to the sensitivity of this cause of motion sickness. Nevertheless, sitting in your living room trying to read a book could produce motion sickness if your inner ear is picking up the low frequency noise, even though you can't hear it. Industrial wind turbine induced low frequency noise is real. It is a health issue. The list of possible health problems is long. Dr. Robert McMurtry, founder of the Society for Wind Vigilance and board member of the Association to Protect Prince Edward County in Ontario, along with Carmen Krogh, Bachelor of Pharmacy, have put together a list of criteria for health symptoms considered a result of living too close to an industrial wind turbine. That list includes tinnitus, dizziness, difficulties with balance, earaches, nausea, headaches, difficulty in concentrating, problems with recall, hypertension, palpitations, enlarged heart, mood disorders of depression and anxiety, frustration, feelings of distress, the onset of thyroid disorders, fatigue, and of course, sleeplessness. These impacts are real. It is a health issue. I also want to speak on the impact industrial wind turbines have on the animal kingdom and birds. Some animals use ground vibration to help them navigate and also be alerted of predators. So when ground vibration is constant, and it is for miles from a wind turbine, it disrupts their ability to use that. Also, many birds are hit by the blades, and often they are the large raptors, as many hawks have been retrieved dead on the ground underneath wind turbine blades. And in some areas, they are particularly slaughtering eagles. I also want to speak on bats. They travel through sonar recognition of what's directly ahead. At the moment they're flying, the blade is not in front of them, and they would not perceive an obstruction. But when the blade swings around just as they get there, they are slapped out of the air and fall dead to the ground. It is particularly hard on bat populations, which is not good for our ecosystem. These impacts are real. They negatively affect our environment. In conclusion, I want to stress, these issues I have spoken of are very real and very damaging. They are not to be taken lightly, as they are permanent negative impacts once an industrial wind turbine project is installed. Because they are serious, no one should be expected to just get used to them. These health issues are forever. Rural residents should not be collateral damage for anyone's gain. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Just so all of council and those downstairs, we have gotten the message that the sound is not great in the atrium. We have our ITT department going down to check on that right now. So thank you for those messages. Next speaker is Elizabeth Sterling. On deck is Jen Woods.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff and elected members of Chatham Council and concerned citizens. I am Betty Sterling. I live on Spence Line in the former township of Orford. The proposed Capstone wind farm would place a wind turbine directly across the road from my home. There are many pros and cons for wind turbines. I am here tonight to ask you to vote no. Our son Harold and his family live on Orford Road, just north of 401 on his great-grandfather's farm. During construction of 401 in the 1960s, there was a temporary road put through the field while the overpass at Highgate was being constructed. After completion of the overpass, the gravel was removed, and this was intended to return the land to agricultural use. Every year, where the gravel road for the detour was placed, the land grows a much reduced crop. 65 years later, it is quite evident that that old roadway will never again produce a good crop. Multiply that by the number of current and proposed wind turbines for Chatham-Kent, and that is a significant number of acres that is taken out of crop production, impacting food security. It is the compaction of the subsoil from heavy equipment, etc., that leaves the land not productive. We grow food for ourselves and for the world here in Chatham-Kent. Our agricultural land is too valuable to be destroyed with laneways and wind turbine bases. I too am concerned about the noise pollution, the visual impact, wildlife mortality, groundwater sources, and the impacts on human life, such as sleep disturbance, headaches, and dizziness. I understand that the first wind turbines that were put up in Chatham-Kent are getting close to the end of their productive time. When that time comes, I'd encourage you to have those turbines refurnished or new ones built in their place, since the laneways and the foundations for those turbines are located and are not ever going to grow a crop. Please vote no for any more new turbines now or in the future. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jen Woods. On deck is Jessica Brooks.
My name is Jennifer Woods, and I'm a third-generation farmer from Orford Township. My family and I own 15 farms located in the proposed wind turbine project. Of those farms that were selected as prime locations, we signed up for zero wind turbines. No amount of money is worth poisoning the health of our family and our neighbors. You've seen the sludge-filled water that has resulted from the smaller wind turbines that have already been built and is considered safe to drink with lead, mercury, and arsenic in it. These people's lives are ruined. This isn't a hypothetical situation. It's already happened, and it continues to happen. Absolutely nothing is being done to remedy the situation because there's no remedy. Once you contaminate a water source, the damage has been done. Of all the landowners who were repeatedly asked to host a wind turbine in this proposed zone, only about 8 landowners agreed to host 1, 2, or 3 windmills on their properties, as long as it wasn't in their own backyard. Only 8 people out of more than 100 landowners said yes, which means 92 people said absolutely not. I hope you protect the 92 people that said, no, we are not willing to put our community's health at risk, instead of the 8 landowners that signed us up for this fate. To council members voting tonight, you are voting on my health, on my 8-year-old daughter's health, on my 90-year-old grandma's health, and the future of our community's survival. We have 4 generations of our family currently living in Chatham-Kent. That is all of us. Please don't wipe out our 4 generations that chose Chatham-Kent as our forever home. Please do not put my family on the endangered species list. I would like to ask the council if each one of you would be willing to take a drink of that black, contaminated well water, and if you are not willing to take a drink of this contaminated water, then how can you ask us to live off of it? Our fate and our health are in your hands. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jessica Brooks. On deck is Keith Ben.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. It's with great sadness and frustration that I come before you again today to talk about well water and wind turbines. I'm here to remind you of the cost of human health and well-being that these turbines have placed on the citizens of Chatham Township and Dover Township. I'm Jessica Brooks. I live in the North Kent Wind Farm, and we lost our well in July of 2017 after repeated warnings that this was going to happen. After what was seen in Dover, we were warned for 2 years that if those piles go into the ground, we will lose our water. And lo and behold, a day after the pile started driving around my house, our well is now unusable. My husband continues to haul water every Sunday from the local water tower to a tank inside our garage so we can bypass our well and not use the well water that we had when we purchased the property. As you can imagine, this is a time-consuming chore and one that can't take a break for holidays, freezing cold temperatures, illness, or family emergencies. You've seen the destruction of the wells of Dover. You've seen the destruction of the wells in North Kent. Why would the city be willing to host another wind turbine farm? There is no provincial pressures now. I was told earlier that there was nothing you could do for the last project because your hands were tied. The current government at that time was going to impose that on you, and we don't have those pressures anymore. So why would you be a willing host? With the extensive history of ruined wells, property, health, and lives that have been disrupted, why would you be a willing host to another wind turbine on the same aquifer with the same building methods? I'm to understand that you don't even know what building methods are. But based on what we've heard before is platforms won't even work. There's too much clay. It will have to be piles. I ask that you consider carefully, because if the wells go down in Ridgetown, then there will be a clear line of causation that before we've been told there isn't one. But if it happens 3 times in a row, it can't be ignored. Remember, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. Thank you.
Next speaker is Keith Ben. On deck is Kim Fish.
My voice is a bit rough this evening, you'll excuse me. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My deputation is meant to provide a warning against Chatham-Kent providing municipal support to either of the proposed Crossfield or Botany industrial wind projects. My position against both projects is due to the likelihood of a highly unfortunate outcome for households that depend on private water wells. We've heard about that this evening for domestic water supplies, much like the cases with which we are all too familiar and that we've heard about already this evening and we might hear more about in North Kent. Regarding North Kent, Council is familiar with the Ministry of Health all-hazard investigation of well water in Chatham-Kent, as it was officially entitled, that produced results strongly suggesting that that interference caused by industrial wind turbines resulted in increased turbidity of water supplies, creating the brown and black water from private wells in North Kent. Council is also familiar with the results of the citizen-funded follow-up study that revealed the sediments responsible for the increased turbidity in North Kent contain significant concentrations of potentially toxic metals in black shale particles, thus representing a health hazard for those consuming the turbid water. I explained this in a previous deputation on May the 29th in 2023. Based on inspection of publicly available information, I judge that should Crosswind or Botany be allowed to proceed, there is an obvious potential for a similar outcome in East and South Kent. Why? Well, consider the metals-rich sediment in the aquifer in North Kent are there because those are glacial sediments. The aquifer is composed of glacial sediments, and those glaciers moved north to south during the most recent glaciation, scoured the Kettle Point black shale bedrock and left that black shale in the sediments that now form the aquifer. Well, it's indeed likely and perhaps, well, it's very likely and perhaps that perhaps most private wells or many private wells within the project areas would tap an aquifer similar to the one in North Kent, including metals-rich black shale, because the Kettle Point Formation represents the bedrock under part of the project areas, but more importantly, perhaps, it is certainly the bedrock to the north of the project areas, to the north from where arrived the ice sheets. So it's likely that black shale has been scoured and deposited there as well. Furthermore, a map produced by the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, which is included with the notes that you have before you, indicates that much of the 2 project areas is underlain by aquifers that are determined to be of high and medium vulnerability with regards to activities on overlying ground. Consider, for instance, large industrial wind turbines installed on the surface above those vulnerable aquifers. I think it's a recipe for disaster. In summary, available information points to the likelihood that private wells in the proposed project areas would be susceptible to interference from construction and operation of industrial wind turbines, resulting in the presence of toxic metals-laden sediments in the well water, just like in North Kent. I respectfully suggest that the municipality should not provide support for either of the 2 proposed wind projects. The probability, in my opinion, is simply too high for a catastrophic outcome for many households, like we have already seen with the 3 industrial wind complexes in North Kent. Finally, I ask Mayor and Council to recall this. Prior to construction of North Kent 1, the proponent carried out modeling to demonstrate whether or not the wind turbines might interfere with well water. Their models indicated, no, 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 the wind turbines will not interfere. And now, in retrospect, in hindsight, we know that those models have been proven to be unreliable at best, and in my opinion, largely invalid. It would probably be the same case if modeling were performed by EDF and Capstone. In closing, please, let's avoid further wind turbine complex debacles like the 3 in North Kent, especially in cases like the present 2, where such outcomes are entirely predictable. Thank you very much for your attention.
Next speaker is Kim Fish. On deck is Kimberly Grant.
Good evening. I'd like to thank you for giving me my 5 minutes here in front of Chatham-Kent Council. I've got a little bit different slant that I want to attempt. With people don't sign the leases, the project is doomed to failure. Now, back in March, I had representatives from the windmill people come around, and they promised me the world. I live just south of Thamesville and have 3 or 4 farms within the jurisdiction. If you sign now, we'll guarantee you these spots, 3 windmills on this property, 1 windmill on this property. But being the cautious person that I usually am, and with my wife's insistence, I spent a couple $100 and went to my lawyer. I gave the lawyer my contract. I let him mull over it for a week or 2, make an appointment to go back and see him. And what he said disturbed me. He said, if you sign this lease the way it stands, you have lost control of just about all the farmland that you signed up for. Upon signing the lease, if I was to sign the lease, for the rest of my life, and possibly my children's lives, that land was committed. I would not be able to construct anything, tear down anything. I had to have permission to sell the property. They had the option of putting roads through my property if they did not put the windmill up to get to the neighbor's windmill, if that were to be the case. And what I'm left with is problems. Problems that would haunt me for the rest of my life, and like I say, the next generation's life. So these are just a few of the highlights that my $200 bought me from my lawyer. But my point is to the people out there that are about to sign or contemplating signing or have the salespeople coming up to you to sign, look at that contract. Take it to a lawyer. See what is entailed. Have a look and see the fine print. The devil is in the details. And then make a decision as to what you want to do with your property for the next 30, 40, 50 years. So having said that, I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kimberly Grant. On deck is Lauren Aziz.
Good evening, Mayor Kneff and members of council. My name is Kimberly Grant, and I'm here to support the Botany Wind Project by telling you about my experience with the Romney Wind Project that was done in Wheatley. I received a letter to my home explaining the construction of the turbines. I contacted Mark Gallagher, head of the operations on the project. He came to my home and addressed all concerns my husband and I had. We wanted to know about the impact on the wildlife. We were told that there had already been biologists for 2 years in Wheatley looking at the wildlife and the impact that the turbines would have on that. We also wanted to know what would happen to the turbines after the 20 years that they were there. We were told that all parts would be recyclable. The farmland surrounding our property would be returned to its original state, and of course, our property value. But most importantly, what was Romney going to do for Wheatley? From the conversation, I was asked to become the community liaison and help to set up a community grant of $20,000 a year for the town for 20 years. Romney also installed over a dozen bat houses throughout the town because bat mortality was from disease of large bat populations and not from the turbines. They repaired our boat launch that was damaged by winter storms. They donated additional funds to our resource center for food during COVID. They donated more money to families displaced by the explosion. and they annually support our horticultural club. And what about my property value? When I listed my home after my husband passed away, I received 7 offers and received well over asking, despite the view of a turbine from my back deck. The Romney staff was always available to communicate with any resident and resolve any concerns they had. Today, the community grant funds many local projects and sports teams. During my years of the community liaison, EDF addressed any question or concern. I never received one complaint of a health issue. The water wells were not impacted. The Romney Wind Project has been a wonderful community partner and still remains to this day. I can only hope that Council will see the benefits of this partnership with Botany. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lauren Azez. On deck is Louis Rush.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Lauren Aziz, and I live in Muirkirk. I'm here to express my strong opposition to both Capstone and EDF and ask that Chatham-Kent declares itself an unwilling host to any further wind turbine projects. First and foremost, I want to speak about the health and safety. Wind turbines can cause continuous noise, vibrations, shadow flickers, all of which have been linked to sleep deprivation, stress, headaches, and other health issues for those living nearby. I've tried to get clear answers about these risks, yet I've received no communication or reassurance from Capstone on how they plan to protect residents' well-being. The silence alone is concerning. I did attend the Capstone information meeting at the Blenheim Golf Course. While there, I told the representatives that I had never been contacted about this project, even though I live within the original proposed building area. They told me that everyone who would be impacted had been reached out to. That wasn't true. This makes the company untrustworthy in my eyes and left me questioning what else is there that they're not being truthful about. Whether it's the environmental impact, the safety of their design, or what will really happen once these turbines go up. Capstone now claims that they're going to protect our water wells by building the turbines on massive cement pads instead of drilling. But these pads will take up more farmland, valuable land that feeds our community, supports our local families. Those concrete bases will permanently remove productive soil, block natural drainage, and can even reduce the long-term safety of the structure themselves. This brings me to another major concern, the loss of farmland and the lack of respect for our agricultural community. Our farms are the foundation of Chatham-Kent. They provide food, jobs, and economic stability. Covering that farmland with concrete, access roads, and turbine bases is not progress. It's short-sighted destruction. And once farmland is gone, it's gone forever. Meanwhile, residents like me in Muirkirk already receive very limited municipal services. We have no garbage pickup, poor road maintenance, dust control, limited snow removal, unless we call. And no municipal water or gas lines. There's no nearby fire hall or library, and we've even heard talks of closing more rural services in the future. So when Capstone, EDF, and others say the municipality will benefit financially, I have no confidence these benefits will ever reach rural families like mine. Projects like these harm the very people who live closest to them. They threaten our health, our water, our farmland, and our property values, all while offering no direct benefit to those most affected. Council, please look at me and truly listen when I say this. You have a duty to protect all residents of this municipality, both rural and urban. You have a duty to safeguard our health, our homes, our farmland, and our shared future. I'm asking you tonight to take a clear stance on fairness, for safety, and for community well-being. Please declare Chatham-Kent an unwilling host to industrial wind turbine projects by both Capstone and EDF and any other wind turbine companies. Thank you for listening, and I truly hope you stand with us, the residents that you represent, in protecting our community, our environment, and our way of life.
Next speaker is Louis Rush. On deck is Wilma Boersma.
So I'm a third generation farmer, working with the fourth generation on our farm to take over. Ontario and the OFA's stand for Class 1, 2, 3 land is that any proposal for land use should go through the Agriculture Impact Assessment Study for these windmill projects. Lesser productive land should be used for these type of windmill projects. Hydro corridors can be used to move this energy from the windmill projects to the grid system that's already there. Class 1, 2, 3 land for food production is very limited. We're losing up to 400 acres a day for food production in Ontario. Less than 5% of the land in Ontario can be used for agriculture. Chatham-Kent is one of Canada's most southern districts. It is one of the best food producing areas with more than 200 different crops grown without irrigation year in and year out. This is rare even on a worldwide basis. As farmers and urban citizens, we must protect our food sovereignty today for generations to come. When this productive land is gone, it's gone. The water wells in our rural areas must also be protected. Our wells are on the same aquifer that's already proved devastated in Dover Township in Chatham-Kent. This area has never recovered from the wind project established in that area. The data that was received from a study at an independent laboratory in Michigan showed the presence of a number of heavy metals released in the water. The province only tested water itself and never completed the study for contaminants or heavy metals. What is being suggested by Chatham-Kent is there are new projects and they're not up to staff to approve. It's up to council to approve or reject this project. Knowing Chatham-Kent's water supply is limited for any expansion, how will our two districts with the new projects be supplied with water in the rural areas that have livestock, food processing, and households if the wells become contaminated? There is a great risk our water wells could be ruined, as happened in Dover. We're on the same aquifer. The facts are evident. It does not matter if staff or council approves this project, the municipality could be liable for lawsuits with the information that's already available and proven. It would be hard for them to say that they did not know what could happen. If the wells are damaged, the tax revenue from these wind projects will not offset the cost to the municipality to deliver free potable water to those affected by these projects, either by truck or pipelines. The Capstone Windmill Project has said and given information at open houses how these windmills will not create enough vibration to cause turbidity in the water. This project must be followed as presented, not changed or redesigned after the landowners have signed on. I've been told that the concrete pads are going to be 33 feet square and 3 feet deep, reinforced with rebar. I do not think this will ever hold a 750-foot tower without the blade height in high winds. I feel this information may be incorrect and need to be re-engineered for a deeper, more stable base. Landowners must be told after signing the contract with the right to cancel if the information or structure design changes. This information is what has been suggested to me at the meetings to prevent water contamination. There should not be a gag order placed with the contract recipient or adjacent property owners for the wind project. The only part that should not be exposed is the financial portion of the contract. Water wells or any other issues that are stipulated in the contract should be allowed for open discussion, if not properly addressed. My interpretation may be wrong, and if so, I would like to be corrected. The water on our farm is tested monthly by our MAFRA. This has been ongoing for many years. We have turbidity in the water when the ground freezes. This is brought on by CN rail traffic for short periods of time over the winter. Please do not confuse CN rail traffic with constant wind turbine. This is not close to the same issue. If a well is compromised, I'm not going to accept, I try not to accept anyway, in due time it will clear up. When land agents explained 550 meters or 1,800 feet setback, they include property, lot lines, dwellings, and buildings. They often do not make it clear that the lot line setback is not the same for dwellings and buildings. All industrial turbine must be located at least 550 meters from homes or buildings. That's part of the leasing site for the project. To confuse the issue, turbines need to be set back from their property lines at least the height of the turbine hub. unless the project also gets sign-off from the neighboring property. Or the project provides...
That's time, Mr. Rush, sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Council did receive it. Next speaker is Wilma Boersma. On deck is Morse First Strait.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Wilma Boersma. I am a tax-paying resident of Chatham-Kent, and I'm here this evening to express my support for the proposed wind turbine projects being presented to Council. These projects have the potential to bring significant and positive benefits to our community in several key areas. Clean and reliable energy. Wind energy has been proven to be a dependable and environmentally responsible source of power in our area. With the newer construction methods being proposed, such as shallow and wider base designs, concerns about potential groundwater disturbance can be effectively addressed. Increased tax base and economic growth. As municipal taxes continue to rise, it is important that we encourage responsible new development. These projects will expand the tax base, helping to reduce the burden on residents while promoting economic growth in our region. Support for local communities. The turbine companies will not only contribute financially to the municipality, but they also have a strong record of giving back to surrounding communities. We have already seen this through past projects such as South Kent Wind and Ridge Landfill, which have provided ongoing support to local events, initiatives, and community organizations. For these reasons, I respectfully urge Council to support proposed projects, provided that all provincial and federal regulations are met. As the saying goes, by changing nothing, nothing changes. Let's continue to move Chatham-Kent forward responsibly and sustainably. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is Morse First Strait. On deck is Sandra Carney.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Thanks for your time this evening. My name is Morris First Strait. I'm 27 years old, and I'm the fourth generation to live on my family's 50-acre farm on Tour and Line. My farm lies within the projected development area proposed for the wind turbine project, managed by Capstone Infrastructure. My long-term goal is to expand our family farm so I continue to support myself, my wife, and our future family. My roots here run deep. I may be young, but since the age of 18, I've expressed my right to vote, and tonight I'm asking this municipality council, elected by me and my neighbors, to represent our interests in this important issue. After all, council is here to serve the people who live, work, and pay taxes in this community. I strongly urge you not to base your decision purely on the money these turbines might generate for the municipality. There are health concerns, environmental risks, and documented devastation to migratory bird and bat populations. And let us not overlook the permanent impact on the beauty of our rural landscape of East Kent. You members of council already know existing turbines in Chatham-Kent have unresolved issues. Meanwhile, neighboring communities like Lambton, Middlesex, West Elgin, and others, 155 municipalities to be exact, have all voted no to turbines now and into the future. I must ask, why then is Chatham-Kent still willing to risk its future on a flawed technology? Short-term financial gain for the municipality and a handful of landowners, just 13 in this case, does nothing for the rest of us. Farmers like myself and majority of my fellow neighbors want us to use some of the most fertile and productive soils in our province to feed a growing population on unfortunately decreasing farmland, roughly 400 acres per day. We cannot do that if industrial projects continue to eat up our best agricultural ground. Farmers feed cities, and that's the legacy worth protecting. Residents in our part of our ward often feel overlooked. Most farmers and rural residents I speak with, and I speak with many, are strongly opposed to more wind turbines. We are already oversaturated. It is time to acknowledge that placing so many in Chatham-Kent may have been a mistake. Stop allowing more of these projects, as they are not as green as they claim. They provide the appearance of being environmentally friendly, but research tells a different story. The carbon footprint made by manufacturing, transportation, construction of these turbines alone outweigh any benefit to our society. As I stated earlier, I'm 27 years old. When these massive structures reach the end of their life expectancy, it'll be my generation, not yours, that has to deal with cleaning up these abandoned turbine sites if approved. Please consider my future and the future of the next generation before approving these projects that will leave us with that burden. Finally, I ask, why now? During the busy fall harvest season for local farmers to give their voice of reason, so little time has been given to consider a decision that will affect generations. Why is this one meeting seamlessly designed to push through what feels like a foregone conclusion? Our only chance to be heard. Council owes it to the people it serves to study the repercussions carefully and not rush into another hasty commitment. So I ask you to stop, to think, and to consider not only my future and my children's future, but the future of all my neighbors and their families in coming generations. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sandra Carney. On deck is Tomo Matesic.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Caniff, Chatham-Kent councilors, fellow concerned citizens. Barry and I own 2 properties. We farm, we run an agricultural business, Carney Planters, in Turin, which is located in East Kent. We pay commercial taxes. We also live in Turin, unlike the absent farmers who have signed onto Capstone. Driving here tonight, I saw numerous turbines in action. My initial thought was that turbines might have a place, not on prime agricultural land. I was very happy they were not in my backyard. Unfortunately, that's the situation that I'm confronted with now. We are not against turbines. Do they have a value? Is that value worth the sacrifice that will be made? Who will be liable for future issues that are sure to arise? And everyone here has spoken of those issues tonight. Is Chatham-Kent going to be liable? Is the landowner liable? Is the company liable, who may not even be in existence when there's an issue? We are against the effect that these giants will have on our lives, both visually and audibly. We are against the loss of valuable agricultural land and the ramifications of the pollution to the environment should one malfunction, and that has happened. We are against potential water source contamination, as seen in North Kent, as we have a similar aquifer. Tonight, we listened to the land acknowledgement that was read, and I think we should all listen to it. Please think about that. We are against future family responsibilities and liabilities when the end of life occurs. We are against the effect of the 300 species of migratory wildlife that travel through our region. These proposed turbines, just think about this, are a third size larger than what you see right now. Just think about that for a minute. The existing proposal for Turin calls for four turbines within a very small distance of approximately 1 to 2 kilometers from our home. Now just imagine that in your backyard. There are those who say that this is a done deal. However, the decision is yours to make tonight. You have a choice. I urge you, seriously urge you, to consider the ramifications of this proposal, both now and in the future. Please vote no. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tomo Matesic. On deck is Valerie Smitchin.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff and members of council. My name is Tomo Matasik, and I'm here today to speak in support of the two proposed wind projects in Chatham-Kent being developed by EDF-EN and Capstone. These projects represent a significant investment in renewable energy and a valuable opportunity for our municipality to secure long-term financial, environmental, and community benefits. I want to begin by acknowledging the concerns that have been raised by some residents, particularly regarding turbine vibrations and its potential impact on our groundwater and aquifer. Ontario's Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, or the MECP, has clear and established regulatory authority over wells under the Ontario Waters Resource Act and Regulation 903. The ministry operates the provincial groundwater monitoring network and requires environmental approvals for renewable energy projects, which can include groundwater and vibration monitoring before and after construction. For the North Kent 1 project, the ministry required extensive groundwater and vibration testing. Findings presented in the 2019 International Wind Turbine Noise Conference showed that vibration levels remained within normal ranges and that groundwater vibrations reflected existing baseline conditions, not turbine activity. The ministry retains authority to act if credible evidence of harm arises, but to date, no regulatory findings have confirmed turbine-related contamination or aquifer damage. Chatham-Kent already plays a leadership role in Ontario's renewable energy landscape, hosting approximately 550 wind turbines. Adding around 30 more represents only a modest 5.5% increase. Each project must still pass Ontario's strict cumulative impact assessments, ensuring the total sound remains below 40 decibels and all setback requirements are met. If those standards aren't satisfied, the project simply cannot proceed. While addressing concerns is important, it is equally essential to consider the tangible benefits these projects will deliver to our community. The Community Benefit Agreement could potentially provide up to $1.4 million in annual support to local projects, recreational facilities, and community initiatives. Integris has an investment opportunity. Integris, 72% owned by the municipality of Chatham-Kent, can invest directly, generating stable, long-term dividends for taxpayers. Economic development. Construction will create local jobs, supply contracts, and millions in local spending, with ongoing operations continuing to support employment and services. Your municipal support resolution plays a critical role in the project approval process. It signals that Chatham-Kent is a willing partner in sustainable growth and ensures our community, not outside investors, benefit from renewable energy. By passing this resolution, Council demonstrates leadership in clean energy, supports economic diversification, and reinforces Chatham-Kent's reputation as a forward-thinking, environmentally responsible community. In closing, I urge Council to look at the facts and the evidence. Ontario's regulatory system is designed to protect groundwater, public health, and community interests. The addition of 30 new turbines represents a modest increase that brings substantial financial, environmental, and social benefits. Council's approval tonight does not grant full construction approval. I want to make that clear. It simply allows the projects to move forward to the next stage with further environmental and municipal review and continued community input. By supporting these projects, Council ensures that Chatham-Kent continues to lead Ontario in clean energy, fiscal responsibility, and sustainable community development. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is Valerie Smitchin. On deck is Hank Borkhorst.
I have rendered a petition for this council with over 300 names, which I have submitted to Councillor John Wright. From early June, I and my friend Marie spent every Saturday at the Ridgetown Market collecting signatures, handing out posters and signs, and most importantly, talking to a wide cross-section of people from within the municipality. What we talked about was how the rural areas have suffered at the expense of the urban areas, how unfortunate it was that the turbine issue pitted neighbor against neighbor, how the council will ignore the needs, wishes, and fears of hundreds of rural people for the sake of a small handful of landowners who, for the most part, do not put these turbines where they live. We talked about how rural property tax payers end up losing service after service, and we talked about how turbines do not make economic sense because they are so heavily subsidized by taxpayers, and they don't make environmental sense when they are going on the most valuable agricultural land in the country. There was a lot of anger about the new turbines, and a lot of people felt despair and helplessness. Given Chatham's past history Everyone knew it was unlikely that Chatham Council would vote against easy money when they had big projects within the old city limits that needed financing. It is willful ignorance on the part of local government to dismiss the water well problems in North Kent and other major health and environmental problems that go with more turbines. Chatham Council, if you could possibly think 1 or 2 generations down the road, you would not foist this questionable technology upon us. Chatham-Kent has done its part. We are oversaturated with wind turbines, and we do not need any more. Despite the promises of benefits, the chief beneficiaries are huge corporations, not the farmers, not the people of Chatham-Kent, and not the taxpayers of Ontario. And when the subsidies that are propping up these corporations stop and the companies walk away, what then? I want to say to anyone who is considering putting one of these monstrosities on your property, if the turbine is closer to someone else's house than it is to your house, that is morally reprehensible. And yes, the tundra swans don't put any money directly into your pocket, but when you erect even bigger turbines in the migration path, we will all be the lesser for it. And if you kill off the bats, as a recent CBC radio documentary about the effects of turbines on migratory bats says, you will have a huge insect problem that does affect your bottom line. If turbines keep going up at this rate, 90% of migratory bats will be killed off, making them virtually extinct. Good farmers, the true stewards of the land, think many generations into the future, not just what serves their bottom line right now. Amalgamation was foisted upon us. The first wave of turbines was foisted upon us. You can stop the next wave of turbines. Please listen to us when we say we don't want them.
Next speaker is Hank Bokhorst. On deck is Kathy and Ron Nuremberg.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Hank Bokhorst, and we do live just outside the area from where Capstone wants to build a wind farm. My concerns are as follows. What if Capstone were to get a building permit, and after being approved based on a 3-meter foundation proposal, and gets the go-ahead to build the turbines, Now let's say, for argument's sake, another engineering firm looks at this project and concludes that this is not feasible. So my question then is, has the building department the authority to just issue a new and revised permit and grant them permission to go ahead and start using piles anyways, or would Capstone have to reapply for a new building permit based on using piles as a foundation? I can only imagine the size and length of those piles based on the size of these new turbines, which are 30 to 50% taller than the existing ones that now exist in Chatham-Kent. So then, the potential for issues with our drinking water, like in Dover and Chatham Township, since we are also underlain with the Kettle Point Black Shield Formation, are greatly increased. And who would then take the responsibility and be liable if our drinking water became unusable? Would it be Capstone, Province of Ontario, or the municipality of Chatham-Kent? Furthermore, farmers as ourselves nowadays are using biological and other beneficial natural products that enhance crop growth. But to use these products, you need good, clean, quality water, as those living organisms cannot survive for longer than a couple of minutes in water that has been treated with fluoride or chloride, and therefore we could not be using municipal water. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ron? Okay, Kathy and Ron Nuremberg. On deck is Earl Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff and councilors. My name's Ron Nuremberg, and I farm near Thamesville. In addition to the substantial water well and additional health safety concerns, we would like to address the property rights issue regarding wind turbines in Chatham-Kent. Residential setback distance remains unchanged at 550 meters, despite the fact the proposed towers are 30% larger or taller than the existing local turbines. Property line setbacks, however, are much less, as little as 95 meters, which significantly limits future development on adjacent properties. As a result, non-host neighboring properties would lose the option to build on their own land, greenhouses, grain storage, etc. And the greenhouses, we're talking like ice from the blades and stuff. Property line setbacks should also be a minimum of 550 meters so as not to affect future development and the rights of Chatham-Kent landowners. We feel Chatham-Kent Council would be very short-sighted to forfeit future development opportunities for the sake of a few wind turbines and a few tax dollars. Please vote no. Thank you.
Next speaker is Earl Johnson. On deck is Denise Shepherd.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Earl Johnson, and I live in the midst of a wind farm at Palmyra. We were led to believe that wind energy would bring us prosperity and a reputation. What we got is now beginning to look like a subsidized taxpayer fraud, and yet another major environmental issue. Yet, here we are again, welcoming the same scheme for the same few dollars of promised wealth and pretending we're doing it for good purpose. A lot of us know these rewards come at a price, and contrary to what you might think, our reputation is being degraded to that of a host willing to accept whatever comes our way. And let me remind you, Toronto's running out of garbage space. Besides our citizens, we have only one priority asset in Chatham-Kent, and that's our environment, which includes some of the most valuable food-producing land in the province. And those who would change that or threaten to either don't understand environmental economics or don't care for the risks that we know to be quite real. You may be pressured to overlook these concerns for some perceived short-term gain, but don't be fooled. And I also find it strange that during this time we have tried repeatedly to save what little forest cover we have remaining here, but have been rebuffed because of property rights. However, there appears to be no hesitation in giving up these property rights when it comes to industrial wind turbines. I leave you with two experiences that myself and another voice from the past, Doug Desmond from Ridgetown, who couldn't be here tonight, had when we first faced these developments. And they came from two young wind engineers who came here to convince us. They were from RES. The first one, experience that is, had them tell us that under no circumstances would they live themselves in the vicinity of a wind farm. One was going to BC, the other one to Colorado. And secondly, they couldn't believe the easy sell it was to do business in Chatham-Kent. It's ironical that many of us who are voicing this opposition to these developments in question are the very supporters of valid green energy. This alone should give you some pause for thought. Thank you.
Next speaker is Denise Shepherd. On deck is Chief Nikki Vandershot.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff and members of council. I am Denise Shepherd, and as an executive member of the Wallaceburg Area Wind Concerns Group, I'm here tonight showing our group's concern for our Chatham-Kent neighbors regarding the two motions being presented this evening that are requesting a community support agreement be supplied to Capstone Infrastructure and EDP Power Solutions. In a vote July 15th, 2024, Chatham-Kent Council turned down the motion that would have seen the municipality join 155 Ontario communities that would have designated Chatham-Kent as an unwilling host for future turbine projects. Many citizens were shocked and disappointed at the decision in recognition of the ongoing issue of the water well destruction in East St. Clair and North Kent, in addition to the unreliable source of electricity and the farmland loss that these projects present. Additionally, the Ministry of Health has still not properly completed the all-hazard study of 2021, nor responded to the May 2023 request from the municipality that the necessary work be carried out to establish any health hazard associated with the consumption of the metal-rich sediment that has destroyed the operation of these home water wells. And now we are aware that the IESO requests more power projects in Ontario, including wind power, and we are here tonight to voice our strong objection to any future consideration of wind power in Chatham-Kent. How will these additional projects affect the residents of East and South Kent? This is not just a water issue anymore. What strategy for municipal or provincial action regarding complaints to wind are we to trust to be in place if issues or concerns arise? What's the track record? You've heard tonight. How comfortable can this council be when thinking of the risks that come with having these projects proceed? The request before council this evening is to provide municipal support for Capstone and Botany wind projects. During tonight's meeting, you have heard the cold, hard facts of industrial wind turbines and the effects and opposition of having them constructed in this area of Chatham-Kent. We ask you to listen closely, weigh the pros, weigh the cons, and be ready to let your constituents know that you do not endorse any further construction in Chatham-Kent. Enough is enough, and you will stand by the health of Chatham-Kent families, the protection of the environment, and support the community in their wish that any construction of industrial wind turbines does not proceed. The cost-benefit analysis, you've heard references to that tonight too, make it clear that no municipality should feel that they must host wind turbines for climate change. It doesn't work in low-wind Ontario, where wind generation is completely out of phase with demand, and quite seriously, Chatham-Kent has installed enough across our once beautiful municipality. There is a strong possibility that there will be serious harm to human health owing due to the possible interference with aquifers that supply water to the residents, to the lack of due diligence about the noise emissions from the wind turbines, and that there will be serious and irreversible harm to the natural environment. Municipal governments determine whether their community will be a willing host of electricity projects by issuing a municipal support confirmation. We are requesting that this council motions that they go on record for not issuing a municipal support confirmation, and these companies requesting support will not be authorized to proceed to any further development. This is the opportunity for our council representatives to illustrate their willingness to practice due diligence for the health and well-being of their constituents. Thank you for your attention to this important issue.
Thank you, Council. That ends the deputations. We did receive one from Chief Nikki Vandershot from the Caldwell First Nations, and it has been emailed to all of you this afternoon, so you have that on hand. Okay, we'll now move on to the consent agenda. The following reports have been pulled to be discussed separately. Item 15A, the Integris AGM report. There will be a presentation by Jim Hogan, President and CEO of Integris. And items 16D, IESO LT2 RFP request for municipal support by Crossfield Wind Inc., pulled for the presentation and by Councillor McDonald, Wright, Doyle, and Jubenville. Item 16E, the IESO LT2 RFP request for municipal support by Botany Wind Project Inc., pulled for the presentation and pulled by Councillor McDonald, Wright, Doyle, and Jubenville. And item 16F, IESO LT2 RFP request for municipal support by FLT Energy Inc. There's a presentation and pulled by Councillor Jubenville. Therefore, the remaining reports will go on the consent agenda to be approved in one motion, and those items are 14A, B, C, items 16A, B, C, 17A, B, and 18A.
Councillor Crew and Councillor Hall, can I get you to move the consent agenda, please?
So moved.
So seconded. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Allen?
Yes.
And Councillor McGrail?
Yes.
I was worried for a minute. Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0.
Item 15, Integris.
15A, Integris AGM report. We have a presentation by Jim Hogan, President and CEO of Integris. Welcome, Jim.
And good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Pleased to be here to give the 2024 results of and our 2025 annual general meeting. And I don't see a clicker here, so I'm. This one? Oh, that's not this one. Ah, this could be it. Hey, all right, very good. Sorry about that. So, as I usually do here, just, Integris, we have 4 subsidiaries. The Integris Power Lines, which are a core business, Integris Services, Integris Transmission, and Integris Renewable. And then our Power Lines business, it's regulated by the Ontario Energy Board. Very important to Integris is the health and safety of our employees as well as the community. We participate in the core 2020 scoring metrics, and we have an 88% score, which is quite successful. And we continue to train our employees and improve on that number. We're a very community-focused organization. Last year, we donated about $300,000 to various local groups. Some of those are listed there that we did in Chatham-Kent. And what we also do is donate and make direct payments or assistance to customers that are challenged making their bills, and that's been about $200,000 in 2024. So we donate about $500,000 to the community and to customers to make their lives better and the communities better as we can, as much as we can. Our employees are our greatest asset. They're the best ambassadors we have for Integris. Very busy with our employees. We have 11 internal promotions, 17 external hires, plus contractors and co-op terms. So still have a lot of turnover, a lot of retirees. So we're very fortunate that we're bringing on very talented employees, new employees. And we work closely with St. Clair College here in Chatham-Kent, the Lyman program. And then we do a lot of hires from the various co-op programs from the different post-secondary education institutions in the region. As far as our customers, had about 571 customer growth. That brings us now to about 63,500. And that's really almost double of what we originally started when we were incorporated. So we continue to have some very good and reasonable growth. We do a customer satisfaction survey every year. Once again, very strong numbers, 92.1% satisfaction from our customers. Our capital program. So we do invest heavily in our distribution system, making it modernized. 2024, $18.7 million was invested. Majority of that would be in our power lines business. We have a list of a number of projects that we've done in Chatham-Kent in this region in 2024. And again, our focus is smart grid, modernizing the system, upgrading it so that customers can have options in the future, whether they want electric vehicles or whatever it may be. And again, strong subdivision growth, so therefore we are doing some investments in those new subdivisions. Integris Services, Inc., that's where we have the data center, still a very good investment. Integris Transmission, that's where we're supporting the renewable generation in Chatham-Kent. That has and continues to be a good investment. Integris Renewable, that's where we have a direct investment in the North Kent Wind Project. To date, we've exceeded the expectations of that investment. We've received more than $1 million in additional revenue than the original plan, and it's very successful again in 2025, where we're looking at about a $200,000 improvement or something over the budget. And then as far as our financial results, gross margin still strong. We're about 3.5% increase. The expenses did grow. A lot of that has to do with the customer requests, so locates. As we're getting these new subdivisions, we have to do locates, and that's been a high cost. Storm recovery, so we've had some storms, and the storms seem to be that much more impactful, which is why we need to continue to invest in the distribution system. Additional investments in the maintenance programs, and then as we continue to invest heavily in the distribution system, we're also having to borrow, and so therefore we have some additional interest. I would like to point out that, as we've grown and we have these other businesses, the Chatham-Kent customers represent 54% of our customers. The dividend we did to Chatham-Kent, municipality of Chatham-Kent in 2024 was about $4.1 million. If we did not have these additional customers going into other communities, if we did not have these other businesses, the dividend would have been half that. So because we've had the support of council, support of our shareholders, support of our board, we've done some things to grow the operations, and that has really turned into what I would say some good financial results for the municipality of Chatham-Kent, which is, as I say, about a $2 million increase in dividends. So the other thing, so that's a summary of our 24 results. The AGM resolution that we'll be asking for council or a representative of council to sign. First off, that the audited financial statements, December 31, 2024, which has been approved and recommended to be approved by the shareholders from our board, that the shareholders approve those financial statements, which were part of the package that you received. And the next resolution that we have are the board members. And these are the board members on the Integris Inc., not the Integris Power Lines. These are Integris Inc. board members. 6 of the board members are appointed or brought forward by the municipality of Chatham-Kent, because you own 72% of Integris. Those are the first 6 there. 4 of your 6 are independent board members. The other 2 are actual council representatives, one being Mayor Caniff, and the other one being Councillor Brock McGregor. And then the other board members, they're recommended by Corex, who's our non-municipal shareholder, and the other 2 are recommended by St. Thomas, which is the other municipal shareholder. And then our final resolution is that we'd be appointing MNP as the auditors of Integris Inc. for the 2025 year. So with that, Mr. Mayor, that's my presentation, and I'll answer any questions that any council may have.
Sorry, can I get Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor McDonald to put this on the floor for us, please? All 3 motions.
So moved.
Seconded.
Councillor Scotchy?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I know we have a lot of people here waiting for a couple of the next items, so I don't want to take too much time. But Mr. Hogan, for one, I appreciate the consistent dialogue. I was looking in the scorecard, and I did recognize that one of the areas that was red was in regards to system reliability. Now, is that, so am I reading this correct when it says the target was not met? Or there is an up arrow, but there is also a red sign there, and I see the appendix at the bottom does indicate red as well, and that wasn't really kind of summarized. Is that accurate from my
So
perspective?
yes, you're referring to the, through you, Mr. Mayor, the OEB scorecard for 2024. That was just approved and put on our website in September. And that it was, I'm glad that we showed up when we did, so we can also give you the actual results from 2024. And yes, that one reliability item is the number of times. So that's the SAFE. So it's the frequency of outages. Yes, that one was higher in 2024 than our target. And that's why we are investing more in the distribution system. We do know we have a few of our communities, a few of our, like the main lines being called feeders, that there are some challenges there. And that's why we need to continue to make investments. And sometimes it's out of our control, and sometimes it's not. And what I mean by out of our control, a storm, animals, and we do have all those records. But that is something that we are, it's why we're spending the money that we are spending on capital, because we need to improve those numbers.
Sure, thank you. And I recognize Tomo's back there, and he's been extremely helpful, but I just wanted to take the opportunity, not really so much questions, but just to kind of indicate some of the concerns I've heard recently that I've passed on to Tomo and to Hydro One on behalf of the community that I represent. We're seeing like 12 outages, periodic outages in a period of 1 or 2 days very regularly. The reason why I want to bring that up is that a lot of the customers, not so much in your area, because I know Integris doesn't service a lot of the rural communities, but there are a lot of farms that have very sensitive equipment on there, as well as a lot of sensitive, and I just really wanted to ensure that, especially Erio and Shrewsbury was recognized as having some significant challenges lately. I did reach out. Tomo on the weekend actually provided me a great response, which I appreciate, but haven't really heard anything from Hydro One. And because this is up here, I just wanted to make sure to take the opportunity to recognize that this is a real concern in my community in regards to the inefficient power supplies. A lot of people work from home, are web-based, no internet, no work, computers, commercial restaurants. It's been a real challenge, and when you have like a dozen outages in one day, recognize there's storms, there's challenges that you're going to see, but when it's not storm-related, then obviously it has something to do with infrastructure or failure, and the community is just very concerned. So I just wanted to pass on that, not really looking for any responses, but just to ensure that it is top of mind as well.
I will say that it is top of mind. We do appreciate hearing from the customers, because that helps us identify where the issues are. And we are doing our best working with Hydro One. Big organization, so sometimes it takes a little bit longer working with them than we would like. But I would say that they get the message, and they are working hard to work with us. And we still have to work on it. We admit that, and we know that we still have a ways to go. But we're paying attention and doing what we can.
Thank you. And just in closing, like having a larger organization like Hydro One and then yourselves who are locally, it's also important for me to recognize the communication that I receive back from, especially yourself, Tomo, when I reach out. It is appreciated because once again, the community is concerned. So when you provide that dialogue, it does give some peace of mind that at least the top, the upper echelon of the organization is listening. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions, any other comments from the mover or seconder?
Sure. Just want to thank you for the report. And, it's always great to see you back here at council, and did want to congratulate you on your retirement as well. And specifically, your leadership over the years in supporting community organizations within Chatham-Kent. I know that's a big component of what Integris does, and it makes a big difference in the community. So thank you.
Welcome.
With that, we'll put, thanks, Jim. We'll put it to vote.
Councillor McGrail?
Yes.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
And Councillor Allen?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0.
We'll move on to development services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before we move into the two items with regards to the wind turbines, we have presentations from both of the wind turbine proponents. So I'd like to pass it over to Bruce McAllister for the introductions.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to quickly summarize, the ISO is a provincially established entity that coordinates electricity across the province, including securing energy supply from the private sector. So this summer, and actually I think it was June 27th, the ISO issued an RFP for new energy supply resources, which is referred to as RFP LT2/E. This is open to various energy technologies, including wind, solar, and bioenergy. There is a second RFP that's been issued as well. It's for other technologies that they call reliability. So that's things like natural gas, battery storage. That RFP is not due until the end of the year. So we're just dealing with wind and solar projects here tonight under this RFP. A mandatory requirement of this RFP, as you've heard from some people tonight, is that the proponent must obtain a municipal support resolution prior to the proposal submission deadline, which is October 16th, i.e. the end of next week of this year. This does not guarantee that a project will go ahead, and it does not supersede permit or approval processes, but it does mean that the project can move on to the next steps in the procurement process. So tonight we have two wind project proponents and one solar project proponent that are here to make presentations before council requesting municipal support for their projects. They will each give their presentation and then are available to take questions from council. Sorry, they will give their presentation and then be available to take questions from council. Then we'll move on to the next presentation. The first presentation then will be from Crossfield Wind Inc. by Capstone Infrastructure. Here from Capstone, we have Andrea Castle and Clark Trivers, and I invite them up to the podium now for their presentation.
Organized here. Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor Caniff, members of council. Thank you for letting me make a presentation here tonight. My name is Andrea Castle. I'm Vice President of Development of Capstone Infrastructure. We've got a lot of content tonight, and I believe we have 10 to 15 minutes to make a presentation and then time for questions, so I'll kind of blitz through it. But broadly, going to introduce Capstone, touch a little bit on Ontario's growing energy needs, we'll learn about the project, what we've done to date, we will touch on Black Shale, and then also a bit of summary of what we've heard in terms of stakeholder feedback, and then lastly finish on economic benefits and project commitments that we'd be willing to bring forward in the permitting phase. So with that, we'll dive right into it. So as I mentioned, with Capstone Infrastructure, we're a Canadian-based independent power producer. We're based in Toronto in Canada. We were founded in 2004, and over the last 20 plus years have been playing a part in Canada's energy transition to non-emitting resources like wind and solar. We also operate run-of-river hydro and other types of clean energy projects. So we currently operate 36 facilities across Canada, 16 of which are wind farms in Ontario. We have a long history in this market. Our longest running wind farm in Canada and in the province was constructed and commissioned in 2006. And just last year received a 5-year extension through the ISO's MT2 contract. So we're continuing to invest in our projects and our facilities. And this is one of the questions of what happens at the end of an initial contract term with the ISO for different facilities like this. It's extending the contract life because the wind farm can still continue to operate.
We're one of 2 IPPs, or independent power producers, in Canada that have also decommissioned a wind farm. We recently did this in Nova Scotia back in 2023. There's information on our FAQ on the Crossfield website that we'll have linked at the end of the presentation. Okay, so we heard a little bit just in terms of the ISO's energy needs. I won't touch on everything on this slide, but I do want to just put into context in terms of what the ISO is doing over the next 25 years as they look to build out additional energy and capacity resources. So for this call, it's 3,000 gigawatt hours. So Crossfield could potentially supply about 10% of that. And then put into context for the LT2 procurement over multiple windows, they're looking at 14,000 gigawatt hours or 14 terawatt hours. So this is one small part, and the ISO is looking at multiple resources, being wind, solar, natural gas, as well as long lead SMRs. They're throwing everything at it because the energy demand needs for the province are significant, and it's a multi-pronged solution. So where are we at with the project? It's almost at the very beginning. We started in 2002 in terms of land work, and over the last few years, we started doing our wind monitoring, and as well through just following, I guess, the launch of the LT2 procurement program this toward the beginning of the summer, we started our public engagement. In the past, this usually would have been more focused through the permitting process, and there's been just a shift in terms of engaging early on this project. So we've held 2 public meetings, which we'll hear about a little bit more in terms of what we heard. So as noted, we're not in the permitting process. There's many steps that have to go forward before we could even be at that part or that step. So number 1, obviously getting a support resolution tonight. Second is bidding into the program, of which there's going to be projects all across the province that are going to be competing, including the folks at EDF that are here tonight. So there is a lot of uncertainty with the project, but we've just at the beginning in terms of putting forth a proposal to help the province meet its need. One thing to note, just compared to other projects that would have been built 10 years ago, is that this is 110 megawatts, but we're only talking about 15, or on the upper end, 18 turbines. Turbines 10 years ago were 3 megawatts, and now we're looking at 6 to 7 megawatts. So I appreciate the participation that we had from different members of council at our public meeting that was held back in June. We set a really broad invite. We had more than 5,000 invitees across this large area shown in red on the map. We have about 10,000 acres that are signed in this red outlined area. So we conducted our initial consultation on this large area. As we'll learn a bit further, the project's been refined to the green area on the side. Okay, so what have we done to date? Obviously, we're not in the permitting process. There's a lot that happens in the RIA process, and I'm happy to answer through questions if anyone wants a refresher just in terms of the types of studies that get scoped into that. As it's been a while since projects have gone through that phase. So we're preparing to make a bid to the ISO. That means we have to put forth a binding price that we can live by in terms of building our project and selling our electricity for the course of a 20-year contract. So there's a lot of work that goes in, or due diligence, to make sure that we're comfortable and have the flexibility to adapt to what would occur through the normal course of going through the REA or permitting process, in which you're doing field surveys, noise impact assessments, et cetera. So we've looked at various different considerations. These kind of fit into categories of environmental, like looking at where there's wetlands, significant woodlots, drains, water courses, as well as technical considerations. Obviously, one that's really important is geology. So that will kind of bring me to a segue here on our next slide. So there's been a lot of talk about black shale and black shale bedrock. So it hopefully maybe is not a surprise, but it actually extends across much of Chatham-Kent. So that's the green area that's shown on the map. It's the upper Devonian Kettle Point formation. So what if kind of members of council in Mayor can take away a message tonight is that that's just one aspect of figuring out what type of foundation you need. What's sitting on top of the bedrock is arguably more important. So for our project study area and why we've refined to the area that we're in, we've got sand plains and till moraines, and within our project lands there are areas predominantly that are wetlands. It might not have that geological unit type, but this reflects where we're looking at siting turbines. And then in terms of the subgrade, so what we'd be excavating to build the foundations, we have glacial till, cohesive deposits, sand and silty sand, all of which support gravity foundations. So, we'll touch a little bit more on the next slide, but we're preparing to make our bid submission to the ISO, and a big part of that is how much it's going to cost to build the facility, and a big part of that, obviously, is how much, what type of turbine design and what the cost is. So this is work that we've already been undertaking, and we've retained WSP Canada, a leading engineering firm, who has worked on a very large portion of all wind turbines that have been designed and constructed across Canada. So they've prepared our preliminary foundation design based on our initial layout and potential options across the leased lands that we have. This looked at surficial geology as well as local OGS boreholes that have been provided in this area that confirmed we have options to be doing shallow gravity foundation. This is great news for us, and we'd like to think that it's great news also for the various concerned folks who don't want to see piles. Okay, bit of a change in topic here. So on early stakeholder engagement, so as I mentioned, we've had 2 public meetings. We've started in June, right around the time when the ISO committed to proceeding with the LT2 procurement. And as part of that, we really believe in having transparency and open dialogue with the constituents. So we have a project website. We published an engagement plan that set out kind of the context for the pre-bid portion, as well as what would be kind of undertaken during the RIA process. And everything that we've displayed and all handouts, everything is available on our website for members of the public to download. So in our public meetings, perhaps not a surprise, the number one concern that we heard was risk to water wells, and as well as things like visual impact, including at nighttime. We did have some questions of different things that typically are in the RIA process, like noise, environmental, avian, bats, etc. And we also got a lot of questions about when we would see a preliminary layout. So in our second public meeting, we did display a layout. It's on our website. It's in our project description report that was submitted to council. And we still had some questions and feedback on the turbine foundation design, as well as risk to water wells and viewscapes. And then again, kind of some additional ones that are typically scoped into the RIA. So taking that feedback and putting things that are maybe more focused on the permitting side in the RIA, we put together commitments, which we presented at the second public meeting, and kind of summarized as so. So first one, we recognize that only landowners who have wide open land without houses nearby and in a windy area can benefit and get turbines. Not every landowner has that opportunity, so ways for other residents within the area to benefit from the economic benefits is kind of twofold. Commitment to signing the community support agreement with the municipality, but also having a separate good neighbor agreement with landowners within a kilometer of a turbine from our project. Another thing that we are addressing through concerns about visual impact, is on the red lights at night, committing to having radar technology that turns them off unless there's a plane flying overhead. This has been used previously in Chatham-Kent, and we've recently used it in Alberta, in a project that we just constructed. Lastly, on water wells, a commitment to consult and identify mitigation plans with the public through the RIA process in the unlikely case where our layout is changing and there's a chance that we need deep foundations. As I mentioned, transparency and honest dialogue with constituents or the residents is really important. When we're making this commitment in a public forum to follow through on this through the permitting process. Okay, lastly, just to summarize on the economic benefits, so there's kind of 2 streams. One is with the municipality directly in terms of their ability to choose where the funds go, and that is represented by the $7,000 per megawatt annually, a bit over $700,000 per year. And then the other one is $3,000 per megawatt. That would be revenue to non-project landowners, so folks that are not hosting turbines, buried lines, et cetera, that would benefit to have more of a community project. That's something that we've heard a lot about in projects across Ontario and other jurisdictions of wanting to also participate in the economic benefits. So this is in addition to the almost $5 million of property taxes that the municipality would receive directly, separate from the education portion. So with that, just contact information here with the project manager, Clark Trivers, who I know is engaged with many folks from the community. And there's QR code if anyone wants to scan for the project website. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Andrew. So what we're going to do, we have two presenters. I'm going to open it up to questions for council of you, and then the second presenter will come up, present, and do the same. So with that, I'll open up for questions for Andrea. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. So kind of touch on the, thank you for the presentation as well, Andrea. So just to touch on a couple of those things that were in the slides, seems like one of the many reasons people are concerned is possible damaging their water wells. And you didn't really, it's not really in the slide there, but are you putting in any reserves aside to pay for people's water wells if they are damaged?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, our primary focus would be to mitigate potential impacts. So this is where determining locations where you aren't going to have potentially deep or pile foundations, which we believe we can do on our site, or through the RIA process, scoping, monitoring to make sure that we're not creating impacts, and if we are, that things are being documented.
So that's a no.
Primary, I would say, step is to mitigate, to avoid creating any impacts, which,
Sorry, you want to mitigate anything, so there's less damage, but what happens if something is damaged? What's your plan at that point?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry. Mitigate meaning to avoid any potential impact, but regardless, it could be a scale. I said we'll look to discuss at the time. If there's proof that the project has created damage, then we'd be open to having discussions. But from our understanding of the technical kind of details with the site, that we believe that it's possible to build the project and not create impacts.
Okay, I think I wasn't on council at the time, but I believe Dover heard the same thing. If it looks like Crossfield Wind Inc. is a subsidiary of Capstone, so if there is any big liability issues that come down that they're facing, is there an option to dissolve Capstone or to dissolve Crossfield Wind and take that away from Capstone since it's no longer a company?
So if we built the facility, there would be a lot of assets in the project with a lot of value. I don't see a company walking away for that, including, Capstone if it's a subsidiary that we own.
Okay, and what percentage, do you know what percentage of this hydro is going to stay in Ontario or Canada, or how much is going to be going to the U.S.?
I don't have an answer to that, and I would imagine that it varies year to year in terms of when there's exports. I know just as short as a couple of years ago, we had very little export capability, just with increasing energy demand and a lot of resources coming offline, being retired or out for refurbishment. But
So some could be going to the States?
Potentially, yeah.
Those are all my questions right now. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Jubenville, followed by Councillor Bondi.
Thank you. I just have a question, and I'm not sure, you might not be able to answer this, but maybe someone from the municipality can. I've just learned, because I don't understand the water source in Ridgetown, I've just learned that there are wells owned by the municipality in Ridgetown. So that's how we feed Ridgetown, their water is through wells. I don't know if the rest of council knows this, but I just learned this. So I think that's a very important factor, that Ridgetown residents depend on this well water. Do you know how close is this project area to the municipal wells, municipally owned wells in Ridgetown? Do we know that?
I don't know the exact number, but the boundary of our project is about 1.5K from Ridgetown, so,
Okay.
but it depends where the wells are in
So it
Ridgetown.
could be around a 1 kilometer, maybe, around that?
I mean, that's kind of like to the edge of our project, so, you know,
Okay.
I'm happy
Does
to
anyone from the municipality know how close the project area is to the wells owned by the municipality?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have two well fields in Ridgetown. One's called Colby, and it is at the north end of Erie Street in Ridgetown, and the other one is the Skane well field, which is on the south side, near the Ridgetown Golf Course. So I haven't really looked at the boundaries of this project to tell you for sure.
Okay. That's fine, that's okay. I mean, you didn't know I was going to ask the question, so, but I just think it's good for council to be cognizant that we have municipal wells that could be affected potentially. I don't know that they will, but that's something that we need to consider. You did say that you were going to give assurance to, it's kind of the same question, but maybe not as Councillor Doyle. You will give assurance to nearby property owners with their wells. What kind of assurance would it be that you would give them? Like, what are you looking at as far as assurance? And I just want to say one other thing. There was a project in North Kent. It was the Otter Creek project, and as soon as they started drilling the piles down, it started affecting wells immediately, and they immediately terminated the project. It did not come to fruition. So if something like that happened, if you knew that wells were being affected immediately, would you terminate the project?
That's a good question. I may be speaking incorrectly. I thought the Otter Creek one had its contract terminated, but, yeah, on the first question, I guess we don't expect to be doing pile foundations based on the soil conditions, so maybe we kind of go back similar to the majority of the 550 turbines that are already operating in Chatham-Kent that don't require pile foundations. But the Ministry of Environment and Conservation and Parks, MECP, as well as Municipality of Chatham-Kent, are going to be the two lead, agencies that are going to have to issue permits. So if based on the data that's collected in terms of the pre-construction conditions, that they determine, what conditions are going to be put in place for post-construction, then, that's something for staff as well as MECP to consider, and, that we'll discuss.
Okay, so there's a good chance they could be piles instead of platforms.
No, so what I said here tonight is there's a very small chance,
Okay.
less than 1% chance that we'd be using piles.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Bondi, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Thank you, Andrea, for the presentation, and for what it's worth, I give you credit. Kind of a tough crowd for here, but my question is, decommissioning in, say, 20 years or so, presumably Capstone's agreed to decommission the turbines at end of life. If Capstone is no longer, and you may not be able to answer this, and that's fine, so maybe just your opinion, but if Capstone is, 20 years is a long time, right? What would be the fallback on taking these things down?
Oh, great question. So as I mentioned, Capstone's one of two Canadian developers that have actually decommissioned a site that have facilities that reach their end of life. And, we've both done that. We funded it directly through the project companies. So I said there's a 2-0 record for decommissioning in Canada. So we have another project, as I mentioned earlier, our Erie Shores, that was commissioned in 2006. We recently signed a 5-year extension, and we're currently in the planning of looking at what a repower would look like. So it's really common for developers to seek long-term land rights for future development because the wind is renewable, the interconnection's built, it has a longer life than these turbines will last kind of 30 to 35 years nowadays in looking at the next development. So there's a lot of value in these sites, whether for the owner at the time of decommissioning or for a future owner who wants to redevelop the site.
Okay, so we'll wait for 30 years to figure it out. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Thank you for your presentation. Some of my questions are similar to Councillor Jubinville's, but I want to reference your report, specifically in the report in Appendix B, B3. One of the rows in the chart speak about groundwater specifically. You may or may not have it up in front of you, so I can just read it. It notes water wells are located in the PSA. Significant groundwater recharge areas and highly vulnerable aquifers are located in the PSA. And then there's a few potential effects and future studies. In that chart, you note that pre and post well water testing may be offered. Can you share, like perhaps from your perspective, like when that you think that would be appropriate and why it was mentioned as a, like in this chart in Appendix B? It's B3, okay. So I believe it is page 23 of 25
okay.
Of
Thank you.
the document that is your report, the Crossfield, the draft project description report.
Yeah, I found it. Thank you very much. So a lot of our landowners do have wells on their land. So, for example, if we were building an access road in proximity to a well, and we are aware across the area of the groundwater recharge, that's where measures like erosion and sedimentation control come in place to make sure that the gravel is not leaving our construction area and going into the field that is potentially then filling the kind of going into the water table in the aquifer. So that's kind of an example of perhaps based on proximity with our project works and an existing well where we may look at doing that.
And I guess I'll maybe ask it like this, like when we're looking at a project proposal, there's a lot of words in the project that aren't guaranteed words, which is understandable because the project is still in development and it hasn't been submitted yet. But I guess the question is like how as a municipal councillor can we be reassured that if, shortly after construction, there are residents that start having drinking water issues, right? Which is the big concern that we have to discuss tonight and decide on based on tonight. Because I will be very honest, based on some of what Chatham-Kent has experienced with the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, I do not trust the province to protect some of the environment in the community. So we need to rely on that.
So this is just a draft project description report for the purpose of having an understanding of the types of equipment that we'd be looking to, propose with this 110 megawatt wind farm. When you actually come to preparing your draft PDR for your reapplication, which then becomes your final PDR, project description report, we use more specific language in terms of in relation to the road to turbine T6 or, whether it's the foundation for this turbine. Fully, acknowledge that this is more generalized. It's just, basically meant to describe the types of potential known features and potential effects, because it is easy to foresee, potential effects for projects, but they would become more specific based on the turbine technology when we're at the point of going through the drafting reapplication.
Okay, and then Mayor Kenneth, the next question I have is a staff question, but would you like me to save it for after both presentations?
No, I think we deal with staff questions as well during this period, because I would like to, when we get down to it, there's no more questions, we just have our comments once we get into this, once we get the motions on the floor.
So then my question to staff, and I'm not sure if this is a legal closed question or not, right? So as we, and I believe through you, it's to our legal counsel. So as we tonight, we're going to decide if we're going to endorse this community project. But the community project, the proposal here is very generalized. When we move into the planning phase, let's say for an example, Capstone comes back and they say, we were wrong, the foundation's not right, we're going to have to pile drive. And everyone around council says, no, that is not what we wanted. Are we at that point able to rescind our support or not pass the project at the permit phase? And can I ask that question?
So I can speak in maybe general terms. So once council has given its support, there are very, very narrow bases for council to rescind that support. So effectively, once council has given its support in general terms, council is supporting the project to proceed. Yes.
And is there anything from a planning regulation perspective that council can do related to some of the foundations or structures in the project that would allow us to control, for example, the type of foundation that a wind turbine has?
Thank you, Your Worship. So maybe just to back up a step. So as part of the approvals process, the primary approval that's required for these projects is the renewable energy approval process that is approved by the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. Previously, Planning Act approvals were actually, local Planning Act approvals were exempt under the Green Energy Act for a number of years. They are reinstituted now. That was changed. So council does have local planning options. That said, we're talking about zoning and probably site plan control. Fundamentally, I think the local planning approval process should work along with the provincial planning approval process because we'd be relying on the same studies from experts, et cetera, to inform the local planning decision. So I would suggest as part of the final approval, the design would be locked down as to what the expectation is. I don't think there's any guarantees here tonight, if that's what council's looking for, that it's going to be either a spread foundation or a pile foundation because they're still doing that work. I hope that answers the question. Yeah,
Yeah, thank you. Certainly gives a lot to consider. Those are all my questions, Mayor Kenneth, for now. I think others might now have questions, knowing we can ask staff questions.
Councillor McDonald, followed by Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and thank you, Andrea, for the presentation. I just want to know what kind of approvals are you required to have before construction that would ensure you're mitigating impacts on groundwater? Yeah, I think the primary one is the renewable energy approval. Okay, and then the same question, but for local wildlife and habitats and bird migratory paths. Yeah, likewise, would fall under the renewable energy approval. There is potential for federal species at risk permits depending on the type of species that might exist in the area. Okay, going back to groundwater, can you confirm that any proposed wind turbine foundations will not be deep enough to disturb any black shale that may be underneath it? Based on the information that we have today, that's correct. We will be doing geotechnical boreholes at every proposed turbine site before making an application for renewable energy approval. So we'll have that information, like I said, to share also with the public and, determine or, let them know what we're proposing and what the design is and then what mitigation would look like. Okay, and then during the construction phase, if you do notice that any nearby wells are being impacted, what happens at that point? We need to investigate if it was one that we were already monitoring and what the causes could be, whether or not it was a project or something else in the environment. Right, so as you're monitoring it and you do discover that it's as a result of the construction activities, does that mean you just stop work right away? Yeah, we would likely stop work to make sure that we're not going to damage the well further. Okay, thank you. I do have questions for Bruce. These are in relation to some other concerns, not related to well water, but top concerns that we've received. So are non-host neighbors restricted in what they can build on their land because of neighboring turbines?
Thank you, Your Worship. So there's no restrictions on, assuming the neighboring properties are agricultural farms for the most part.
Is your mic on?
Could you not hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'll start over. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. There's no restrictions on agricultural buildings or agricultural-related buildings if you have a turbine next to you. So if, simple way to put it, if the zoning bylaw permits it a certain setback today, it would be the same if a turbine is built next to you. The opponents also must consider vacant lots that are available. So if you have a farm, you don't have a house on it, or you have a vacant lot, but you are permitted to build a dwelling, they have to take that into account to make sure there's an available envelope to construct a residential dwelling through their noise modeling exercise. So in essence, it doesn't restrict neighboring, in short.
Okay, thank you. I do have another question based on the emails that we've received. So if someone owns property beside a property that has a turbine on it, will they be taxed as industrial?
Thank you. No, taxes would remain unchanged on neighboring properties if there's no
Okay.
change.
Thank you. So there are also concerns about wind turbines taking prime agricultural land out of use. Because this project is proposed to be on small areas of prime agricultural land, will they have to conduct an agricultural impact assessment? And what kinds of things does this assessment look for?
Thank you. Yes, that's a new requirement of this RFP. It's called an agricultural impact assessment. So under this RFP, only ground mount solar projects are prohibited on in prime agricultural areas as delineated in local official plans. Other projects like wind can proceed if they do this agricultural impact assessment as kind of the next step. The reality here in Chatham-Kent is all of Chatham-Kent is primarily considered a prime agricultural area outside of our urban communities. So there's no getting around that. So the next pieces would be, how do you minimize the impacts when you're siting your wind turbine? That's really the essence of what will be done in the next stage of an agricultural impact assessment.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question. Okay. So if we provide this project with municipal support, what happens next? Could this project move ahead with any construction activities before completing their required renewable energy approval?
So thanks. So if council provides support, and Andrew could probably speak to this as well, the next step is to move forward with a bid to the ISO. The last I've seen is successful proponents would be notified sometime next April 26th if they're successful, maybe. But that's the goal right now. So if they get so if there's no contract, I assume the project's not going to proceed, obviously. If they receive a contract, then it's the next step in terms of finishing the studies, starting the approval process, and moving through that approval and consultation process. And to answer, no construction can proceed until you get through the approvals and permits.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor Finn.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. To our speaker here, what liability goes on to the farmer that puts the windmill onto his property? How much liability is on him?
I'm not aware of any liability. Yeah, neither during the development phase or construction. We have got a lease contract in place that indemnifies the landowner and, puts any liability on the project proponent.
So the farmer's not on the hook for anything if the wells go bad?
Correct. So, I can't speak for everyone's agreements, but, we have language to protect landowners, property, whether it's drainage tiles, et cetera, so.
The other question, how deep is the shale rock on this area?
From the initial information we've compiled for our geotechnical assessment is on average 25 meters and as low as kind of 70 meters below grade. I think on the shallow end in our initial study area, which extended all the way to Chatham, it was 10 meters.
Okay, I'll comment on that later. Thank you.
Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor Story.
Thank you, Worship. Just a quick question. He took one of my questions. Could you describe the process? You're saying you're not doing a deep pile foundation. What is the process? And have you had other areas where you have built windmills to this size with shale nearby? Yeah, so the process for building a gravity foundation, and I guess
step before that would be doing a borehole, so taking a core sample down through the subgrade to determine what the appropriate foundation would be for the exact turbine model that you've selected. So assuming that step's been done, we're looking at foundations from the preliminary design from WSP Canada. That's 2.9 meters in, kind of below ground or in height, depending on how you look at it, and about 25 meters in diameter. So you would excavate a hole a little wider than 25 meters in diameter down and about 3 meters below grade to do the foundation work.
And how are you going to make this foundation as secure as if you did a deep pile?
So that's the very basis of what a gravity foundation is. So the turbine itself, the tower has anchor bolts that connect into the base of the foundation, and around that is your rebar cage, and the exact quantity of steel and concrete is calculated with safety margins, by an engineer with expertise in foundation design. And WSP is one of the leading engineers that has done, like I said, a large portion of the foundation designs across Canada.
Okay, I've never been nearby when they've done one. Is vibration a factor when it comes to disturbing shale? And would this process cause a vibration in the ground?
I don't have a definitive answer on that. It's a good question, something that we would look to study during the RIA process. I think from the studies published by Pattern Energy, the response was found to be no based on the vibrations, but I don't have a definitive answer on that.
That's it.
Councillor Story?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I just have a quick procedural question. I know we've had Andrea up here a long time, and a lot of my questions are directed at staff, but I know you said you preferred to have us ask our staff questions now. Would it make more sense to move on to the next presenter?
Yes, you will have a second opportunity as staff. So,
I'll wait for that then.
We've kept
Thank
Andrea up here long enough. If you, then we can get the next presenter up, and then you can ask some more questions. But then after that, we'll be done with the questions, and when the motions are, we just have our discussion.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Andrea. We'll call up the next presenter.
No, thank you very much.
Bruce?
Bruce, were you going to do an introduction?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the second presentation tonight will be from for the Botany Wind Project by EDF Power Solutions. So I'd like to welcome here tonight from EDF. We have Mark Gallagher, William Colucci, and Toby Shepard, and they're up at the podium now to do their presentation.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for letting us speak today. I'm William Colucci, project developer with EDF, and with me is Toby Shepard, our manager of community engagement. Mark Gallagher, our Senior Director of Development, and we also have a hydrogeologist with us, Tiffany, to answer any questions on the water well questions that have been brought up many times already tonight. Before I go through the quick presentation, I just wanted to quickly thank all the delegates as well for their concerns and questions. We take it very seriously, and while this project is very early stage and we might not have all the answers that they're hoping for, in terms of some of the environmental concerns that will be brought up, a lot of that will be addressed through the renewable energy approval process. I just want to commit to them, to any concerned or interested citizens, as well as councillors, that will remain available to sit down with each individual, personally walk through any questions they might have, like we did for the Romney project, as was referenced by Kimberly Grant in one of her delegations. So that's an open commitment to anyone who wants further information if we are able to move to the next stage of the process. So here's our quick agenda that we're going to go through, and similarly I'll try and move through this fairly quick so that we can spend time answering any additional questions that you might have on the project, technology, or the process that the province is going through. Quickly on EDF, so we are not just a developer but an owner and operator of our projects. We have over 23 gigawatts of projects currently developed in North America, We're one of the largest providers of renewable energy in the world. Our renewable arm operates in over 22 countries around the world. So we've been able to build projects in every known environment, ecosystem, terrain. We have the team and resources to make sure that we're doing these projects well. And again, we're not just a developer, but owner and operator of our sites. We operate and maintain over 30 competitive projects in Ontario specifically. So we really know what it takes to not just build a project, but to see it through its end of life and make sure that it's operating appropriately and safely and successfully. In Canada specifically, we've been operating for about 16 years. We have almost 3 gigawatts of projects currently in service or under construction. And we've recently found success in the latest procurements in BC and Quebec as well. So, we're finding success across the province and again, across the country rather. And again, it's due to our dedicated commitment to making sure that we're putting in the resources and attention to our projects from an early stage and making sure that, whatever we're deciding on today applies throughout the term of the project. Here's just a quick map that shows where we're operating. As you can see, strong mix of wind and solar. Today we're here to talk about a wind project, and we have several projects in operation on the wind side of things, including the Romney Wind Project, which is, again, located here in Chatham. And we're happy to share some more experiences about the success of that Romney project. I just want to quickly highlight as well, we really focus on Indigenous participation and partnership on our projects. We have more than 1,900 megawatts currently in development or in operation with an Indigenous partner. For the Botany project, we're partnering with the Caldwell First Nation. I believe you received a delegation from them earlier today. And we're continuing to work with them. We really appreciate working with First Nation partners who are also quite committed to the preservation and sustainability practices, as well as making sure that we're doing everything in our best interest to preserve water and land. And so we make sure to work closely with our partners. We had a similar partnership with a project, with our Romney project, where we partnered with the Aamjiwnaad First Nation. It's a 50-50 partnership there, and we're looking for a similar structure with Caldwell for this project. Here's just some quick notes on the Romney site. So again, that's a 16 megawatt project. It was developed by EDF and became operational in 2019. We had signed about 10,000 acres of private land. And that project, as referenced by Kim earlier today, was well received and well supported by the community. For that project, we launched the Wheatley Area Community Fund, where we donated $150,000 to local community initiatives. This is driven based on some of the feedback we've heard today from other delegates, where all the benefits that go to the municipality are all fine and well, but me, the local resident, doesn't always see where that money goes. So that's why we create these local community funds to help drive more grassroots community-based initiatives that are more significant, or at least to the immediate community of the project itself. So we'll be having a similar fund for the Botany project as well. That project, during construction, created 180 jobs, and we've invested over $14 million in supplies, equipment, utilities, fuel sources, and many more things to the local business. So I think you can see a very similar benefit through the Botany project. I'll move through these fairly quick. I think the previous presentation sort of highlighted this, and in Bruce's intro as well, as to the needs of the province and why the RFP is running. Maybe I'll just highlight a few things that hasn't come up just on schedule. So again, as Bruce did mention, the submission date for these bids is October 16th. We will be notified of any contract awards in April of next year, April 14th. At that point, again, these are binding bids, so whatever we submit, once we submit the project to the province, we need to follow through. And that's when the more detailed environmental project studies would commence, including geotech assessments, migratory bird concerns, the full suite, noise, archaeological. It's a very robust list of surveys and permitting that we would need to follow. That's when that work would really start picking up speed. And this project has a target operation date of 2030. What I would just want to highlight here, and again, that's come up in what the request is for MSR, this request is not an approval of any sort in terms of permitting. It doesn't allow us to move forward with the project. It simply just allows us to move to the next stage. So that's what we're here to request today. And we put in a direct quote from the ISO documents that really explains that in detail. Happy to sort of go through that if valuable, but Just really want to reiterate, by allowing us to move forward, it doesn't grant us any permits, it doesn't give us any further approval beyond allowing us to bid next week. So project information, I'll just quickly sort of highlight, how we ended up in Chatham. We have an existing project here in Chatham, and we've been looking through the province at, areas that fit sort of the needs from a provincial standpoint, the ISO standpoint, and that's interconnection and available wind speeds, favorable wind speeds. And Chatham can check those boxes. As well, we always want to have an Indigenous partner for our projects, and we've been able to find that with Caldwell First Nation. So that is another advantage of us being in this area. We have a supportive Indigenous partner, First Nation partner, that we are moving forward with for the project. And as well, suitable lands. So, we have received quite a bit of positive support for the project and interest. We have a lot of landowners who have signed up, and many more who wanted to sign up for the project that we did not move forward with because they didn't follow our initial screening of some of the desktop work that we've done on the environmental and permitting side. But there are many others who had reached out wanting to sign up for the project that we unfortunately were not able to include, but they will be able to benefit from the participation fund that we have for this project. As well, the proximity to serviceable ports and highways during construction makes the area work well for this kind of development. So here's some detail on the specific site itself. We're showing a fairly large study area. We're keeping the study area quite large, that we have a very robust view on the entire sort of potential impact that the project might have. Ultimately, we're looking at about 14 to 15 turbines that we're going to move forward with to hit our 100 megawatt target. So, we're looking at a very large area, but ultimately the project footprint will become much, much smaller. But we just want to have a very large study area to make sure that we have a very comprehensive view on the conditions of the area. We've currently signed just over 3,000 acres to date, and we have more in negotiation and more folks who have reached out that want to participate in the project. We are looking to take advantage of the existing transmission capacity. I'm sure everyone's aware of sort of the system upgrades happening in the area that provides the necessary need for a project of this size. Again, we're in the early stages of development for this site, so we're not showing specific details of turbines. We want to make sure that we fully understand what we don't know just yet through the permits to make sure that we know this is where a turbine can actually go. So that work is underway currently. And my commitment to you on this point is, as we continue through that process, as we go through the surveys on all the permitting work, we'll remain transparent, provide more information to council. Happy to come back and present. We have project websites where we'll update information. We'll make sure that all this is available to the public. That way they understand how the project is progressing, where are things going as we move through the various surveys, and that way more information will become available as it becomes available. Here we're showing some of the buildable land. So again, large project area that we're looking at and focusing on, where are the best spots for turbines and infrastructure based on our current understanding of the area. And, it's going to change obviously as we move through the permitting process. So we've reached out to our landowners for the last sort of year or so. We continue to move through that process. And I would say what's part of that as well is also moving away from areas where the community isn't as favorable for the project. So that's also part of our process as we keep our study area broad. Once we get feedback, we don't have interested landowners in certain parts of the project area, we can shift, we can remain our flexibility with a large area and go to where the project has the least amount of impact and where it's most supported. So that's what we're keeping quite broad, and you're seeing quite a large space here. There's been a lot of discussion already on the setbacks, 550 meters from homes, 150 meters from property lines. Those are the minimum requirements from the province. We have our own internal best practice as well, where we make sure that we're designing projects not just to the bare minimum, but making sure that we're taking into account the consideration of the landowners themselves. We sit down with every landowner that signed up for the project and we say, where would you like to see access roads? Where would you like to see infrastructure placed? We work with them on what fits their needs. And of course, making sure that we're not impacting anyone who might not be a part of the project. So, if we have a neighbor who's really, concerned about a view shed item, we'll say, okay, maybe we can put a project here. We had these kind of conversations with each, not just signed landowners, but anyone else who wants to have those conversations with us. Obviously, we're limited to what we can do based on the buildable land that's shown on the map. We have to follow the guidelines from the renewable energy approval process. But just want to stress, we have those conversations to make sure that we're taking everyone's thoughts into consideration. And as well as was mentioned during the last delegation, we've completed the first portion of that agricultural impact assessment. And so, through that AIA, we've shown that post-construction turbines will occupy less than 10 acres in total. So again, the overall footprint will be quite small. Toby will run us through some of the project benefits here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having us here tonight. I just want to run through some of the benefits that we see from the project. We've negotiated a community benefit agreement with the municipality. And the takeaway here is over the life of the project, we think the municipality could benefit from over $16 million of contributions from the project. As well, Will mentioned, and one of the deputations mentioned, our host community fund, and that's a photo here from our Romney project that's been referenced before, but we see over the life of the project support in the local community of over $600,000. You can see some of the areas that we focus on there, but again, as has been touched on previously, we're going to look for local input on that and try to form a local liaison community where local interests can be represented. As well, there's increased property tax that's covered by the project, and of course, lease payments to landowners. Some other further economic benefits from the project. Again, we're targeting 100 megawatts for this project, which is as far as CapEx or capital expenditures, is in the range of $250 to $300 million. We see about 30% of that spent locally, or 30% of that as balance of plant, which really just means building the project, not the turbines themselves, but getting them built. We're going to focus local hiring and procurement of materials as locally as possible for that, and we see a projected impact there of around $75 million. And you can see some of the opportunities for work and then other areas that we'd focus on. So like, for example, procuring concrete and rebar as close as possible, equipment rental and repair, as well as hiring the construction workers for the project. There's some other benefits up there that you could read through for yourself. And then just in summary, to capture some of these projects, EDF, we see ourselves as a reputable developer. We've had success with our Romney project here in this municipality that went through at a time when other projects were being canceled with a lot of community support. We see this project as a smaller scale. That says 15 to 18, but we're targeting 15 turbines right now, to be clear. We're excited to be partnering or in negotiations with Caldwell First Nation on a partnership for the project. Again, we're in early stages. We'll acknowledge off the top that we know there are concerns, and they're legitimate concerns. And if we don't have answers for you tonight on those concerns, we're committed to doing the studies and coming back either to council or in public engagement sessions, with the public to address those questions, specifically around water wells, noise, and proximity to other residents. Again, we want to be a reliable developer, responsible developer. We've entered into a community benefit agreement that we think is going to be good for the municipality, and our goal is to develop a well-sited project. Lastly, just a reminder that the MSR, the support resolution that's before you tonight, it's not a project approval. It simply allows EDF to bid the project. Thanks for your time, and we'd be happy to address your questions now.
I'll start with Councillor Story, and then I will, if you keep your hands up, I'll get to you.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Thank you both for the presentations. Really appreciate you coming in person to do that for us. I think where I'm struggling a bit is that we're getting a message from the applicants that this is not the final approval. This is just to allow it to move to the next stage of the bid, which I completely understand. But if I'm understanding from our legal team, if we approve this tonight, it's basically going ahead. So I'm really struggling with these two pieces. I believe you, and I believe you believe what you're telling us is accurate. But I also believe our legal team who says unless there's a very, very narrow set of circumstances, if we vote in favor tonight, we are voting in favor of this entire project. And I appreciate your perspective, but our perspective is now a pretty difficult one in the sense that we're being asked to make decisions. Everyone who has spoken tonight has said, you know, we'll be happy to come back to you with more information, and we'll be happy to come back to you with more technical studies and details that I think we all have, have an obligation to hear as as elected officials. But we aren't going to be able to vote once we get those details. We're being asked to vote tonight, and we don't have, with all due respect, enough information to comfortably make a decision that binds us to 2030. So without, I mean, in all honesty, I respect the work that you have done. I respect your presentations and coming to us in good faith. And you're following a process the province has set out, which I believe, my personal opinion.
This is for question. You want to get questions on this? You can certainly make those comments after. I'm sorry, I just want to keep this to the questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Caniff. Could our legal team perhaps clarify the disconnect on that? Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, please. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the question through you, Mr. Mayor. So as I said earlier, this is the opportunity for council either to approve, provide support for this project, or frankly not to do that. And it is a political decision. Once this step has happened, if council supports these projects tonight, there's no process that I'm aware of through the ISO RFP where there would be any requirement for this to come back to council for any further consideration in the same format. So yes, there will be, a regulatory process, a permitting process. All of that is going to be built into the project, but this effectively is council's opportunity to decide whether or not it wants to support the project in this community, and there won't be another opportunity for that to occur.
Thank you. To follow up to that, so the information that we receive from staff is not a recommendation report. Can you give us some feedback as to why staff did not provide a recommendation as to these applications? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. You're correct in that it's not a recommendation report. As Emily noted, the way this is framed, it is truly a political decision whether or not you want to provide municipal support. What staff is saying, should you wish to provide support, we have negotiated a community support agreement. And we're recommending that if you choose to give support, to pass the recommendation to enter into the community support agreement. Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Bruce. Is it safe to say that you're not providing a recommendation because administration does not have enough information to feel comfortable providing us with a recommendation?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that's a fair comment because, like I said, we're in early days here. The RFP was just issued at the end of June, and it's tough as administration without all the applicable studies and approval processes on our behalf, knowing that we're going to have to review this in the future to say, Council, we recommend that you provide municipal support at this stage. Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Bruce. So staff doesn't have enough information to make a decision, but you're asking council to do that instead. So thank you for that. I'll wait to make my remaining comments at the appropriate time.
Maybe.
Just to clarify, we're not asking council.
Right,
Okay, so
thank you.
I think if you're asking if the proponents are asking council, yes, staff are not asking council to make a decision. The process is one that's been set by the province, and I don't think anyone involved in the process, including the proponents, are all that excited about it. But yeah, we have this very strange situation where you're being asked to provide support for something without knowing all of the detail. We as staff strive to give you, and I think you deserve to rely on us to give you professional opinions. But this is one where we don't have enough detail yet to be able to give you a professional opinion. So we're not recommending against it or for it. And I think, as staff has said a few times, it's purely a political decision. And quite frankly, I think the province was at that point where they wanted to give councillors the opportunity to make a political decision. If you do not want to see these things in your community, well, then here's your chance to kill it. If you're open to it, then you can vote in favor of it, and you'll have to rely on the regulatory processes that are underway to address some of the questions that have been addressed today by many of our delegations. So I want to be clear. I appreciate the comment. I just don't. It's not like staff is putting you in this position. It's the process that's putting us all in this position. It's not something. It's not a process that staff developed. So.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. That was not my intent. It's now in council's hands to make a decision that staff is not comfortable doing because of the lack of information. So that to me is problematic. Thank you.
Councillor Jubenville, followed by Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Thank you for bringing your report to council. First of all, I want to regrettably say I didn't even know about the botany project. I don't think it was advertised well, so I didn't know about it, so I wasn't able to not go to your information night. I'm going to ask you similar questions to what I asked the other proponent there. Are you able to grant any type of assurances to the property owners that their water wells, let's say hypothetically you start drilling and water wells, someone loses their water well immediately, as has happened in North Kent, do you have any assurances that you'll stop the project or you will figure out what you can do so that we don't have any people in East Kent or South Kent that lose their water wells?
I think in the first instance, we have a lease agreement with our own landowners where we are liable for any damages to any of their wells. So contractually, legally, we are bound with our own landowners, obviously. Going out from that, if we were to find during construction that there were issues with wells and it was being caused by us, just like anything else, if we were to spill an oil spill, a truck was going too fast, all of those things fall under our responsibility. So we would be responsible for dealing with those issues, yes.
Okay.
No.
And I might have worded it incorrectly. Not so much the well, but the water. So what if we find out that the water is compromised because of the black shale sediment leaking into the wells, as has supposedly happened in North Kent? Is there any assurances that?
So we have a hydrogeologist
Okay.
who's much better to speak about these things than I am.
Thank you.
So in having a preliminary look at regional hydrogeology, we have looked at well records and provincial groundwater monitoring network data, source water protection information that's been mentioned this evening. The science behind black shale moving through an aquifer, it's not technically defensible in many, many ways. And if you do have sediment in a well, I'm speaking generally, what typically happens is that you rehabilitate or redevelop, similar kind of language or meaning, is that you pump, blow, and pull out water in a very vigorous fashion to clear up sediment. You also clear out sediment that's in pipes, and those types of efforts are done to help a specific well. But regionally, an aquifer has its own characteristics, but it does not necessarily happen because of activity.
Right. There's no assurances either way. I get it.
Yeah.
I guess my biggest concern would be not so much for the property owners but the people living within the footprint of the 1 kilometer or up to 10 kilometers of the turbine that, they didn't sign up for it. So that's the bigger concern. I'll ask you the same question. Do you know how close you are to the municipally owned wells in Ridgetown?
I believe Angela
Yes.
had this.
Okay, so you guys are the same distance, you would say?
Well, it's the outer edges of the study area are approximately a kilometer.
Okay,
approximately.
because that's a big concern for me.
Yeah.
And
however, if I could add,
sure.
The source water protection area, so the capture zone,
Yes.
does not fall into.
Okay.
that
Okay.
area.
And lastly, you have referenced Caldwell First Nations, which I appreciate, but you haven't mentioned Moraviantown, Delaware First Nations at all. So I think they would be impacted by this, but they have not been mentioned. So have you contacted them? Has there been any interaction with the Moraviantown, Delaware First Nation people?
Absolutely. So when we referenced the Caldwell First Nation, that was in reference to a project partnership. For consultation, if we were to proceed past this stage, we would be consulting with many more different groups, including the Delaware group that you just mentioned. So that there's sort of a difference between project partnership development and consultation, and that's just the next stage.
Okay. So as today, you haven't yet because you haven't got to that point
But
yet.
we would be
You
if
would.
we proceed.
Okay. Okay, that's great. Thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Councillor Doyle, followed by Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Kind of going to ask the same questions again, and this kind of follows Councillor Jubenville's question. So you had said that in your contract, you're liable if anything happens to the wells. So does that mean, are you putting, do you guys have a reserve set aside for if anything happens to the wells to pay for this?
In every project budget, there's contingency. So yeah, I mean, is there one specifically for this? No, there's generally a project contingency for 1,001 things that can happen. As the projects proceed, we operate and maintain our projects and everyone else's, well, not everyone else's, but a lot of other projects. And we have what's called an operating reserve. So we do store money for things that might pop up. Turbine blade can break, a lot of different things can happen. So yeah, we do keep funds within our operational budget to deal with issues that come up, yeah.
Okay, so if some of those issues that come up on a normal basis happen and they eat up all that money, and then something happens to the well.
Then that's on us, yeah.
Okay. And is there every single contract you sign with landowners, has that in it? Where you are liable if anything happens to the well, 100%? There's no
liable for everything.
way, no legal jumbo to get out of it?
We'd encourage all of our landowners to take their agreement to lawyers. We even pay their legal fees to do that. We encourage them, take it to a lawyer, we'll pay your legal fees. We're not trying to trick anybody into saying anything. If you're going to sign something for 40 years, you need to be sure you're comfortable with that agreement. We've done this multiple times, and our agreement has evolved. Landowners push back on certain things, and we end up in a place where we're both happy. So yes, all of our agreements are clear who's liable for what.
And and in the contract, is it Botany that's reliable or EDF Power Solutions that's reliable?
So all renewable energy projects are set up as special purpose vehicles, and just because they operate as their own independent business. So Botany Wind would be responsible, and again, there's assets of $500 million in there. So Botany Wind is responsible for dealing with all of those issues.
Okay, so it could, if something bad happens, you could still,
It's still owned by us, right? It's still, the SPV is still owned by EDF. Our reputation means a lot. We're one of the largest developers in the world. We're not in the habit of letting environmental issues go without being dealt with.
okay. And then what percentage of the hydro that you'll be producing would be staying in Ontario?
So we don't control where the hydro goes, we just generate it. That's the ISO's job. But in the last year, they've built, or they are building, thousands of megawatts of storage. So I think the issue where energy was being dumped in the United States will not happen anymore. They're going to store energy at times when it's not needed and then use it when it is needed. So I think effectively that problem is being solved by the development of all the storage. But again, we just generate, we don't control where it goes.
So not 100, so we're not sure for sure, but most.
If I had to bet right now and you were asking me, I'd say most of it's probably going to stay in Ontario, yeah.
Okay. This would be a question for probably Gord. Gord, how much of a tax break is $700,000 a year?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The 700,000 is about a 3% taxes that you're talking the community benefit. But additional to that, there's the property taxes that will be paid for each turbine, and that's the assessments based provincially by that for every, I believe it's 50,400 assessment, industrial assessment per megawatt of the nameplate. So it's a significant tax influx into the community above that community benefit as well.
So how much is one of these wind turbines worth?
The capex of this project is like 300 million, but are you talking the turbine or the overall
Just
project?
a single turbine, how
The
much would
turbine?
a single turbine be worth?
Like 6 million. something
6
like that.
million?
Yeah, more maybe. Maybe more.
So what, for tax reasons, are we then valuing that property with a $6 million?
But by provincial
cost?
legislation, it would be assessed, if it was a 5 megawatt turbine, at approximately $250,000 industrial. But
Okay.
that's under provincial legislation that's been in
Gotcha.
place.
Yeah, so that's out of our hands.
It's out of our
Is there
hands.
any other buildings or anything like that operates the same way where they get a huge discount on what it's actually worth?
So I'm not sure if there's any buildings
I mean,
as part of your project,
there's a
maintenance
small
buildings.
operation and maintenance building.
So there is no discount on, if they were to build a maintenance building, for example, there would be no discounts. It'd be assessed the same as any other project.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all for right now.
Councillor McDonald, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to know if you know if there's a difference between the hydrogeology of where the Romney Wind Project is versus the proposed Botany Wind Project area.
I have not looked specifically at the Romney project, but so every regional sort of area is slightly different, but generally speaking, you've got very similar bedrock, very similar overburden. As was mentioned earlier, the quaternary geology in the area and the laydown process is similar, but it would be premature to say if they're identical or similar.
Okay, and what kind of foundation did you use at Romney Wind?
It was a spread-foot foundation.
Do you intend on doing the same thing for Botany?
Yeah, until, like, someone said earlier, and I don't envy your position, you're asked to vote on something that we don't have all the information for, and we don't have all the information because we haven't done the studies. All we can give you is our best estimate at this point with the information that we have. So until we do like a borehole at every single turbine location, we won't know exactly the design of that foundation. So until that happens, we can't tell you what the design of the foundation will be. That will come in our design and operations report as we move through the renewable energy approval process. Our goal is to find out, like, where are the wells, sit down with neighbors, like, where's your well, try and figure out where everything is first, and then try and avoid, in the first instance, so stay away from wells as much as we can. Then once we've done that's step one. Step two is then, okay, this is where we're going to be. This is where it's suitable and acceptable. Then we'll do a geotechnical investigation. We'll say, okay, this is the type of foundation. But our goal is obviously, same as Romney, is to use spread-foot foundations and avoid piles wherever possible. But no one can stand up here and say, hey, we're not going to use piles because we haven't done a borehole at every single location. So, just want to be forefront with the information that we have.
Right. If you had the option to put a foundation in that's spread foot versus a pile driving one, would you choose to do
Spread foot every day. Piles is way more expensive, and the reason you go piles is because you're on very soft clay or whatever it might be. Like you do not want to do a pile foundation unless you absolutely have to. So step one is try not to have a pile foundation because nobody wants to do that. It's super expensive. It's twice as expensive. So nobody wants to do that.
I realize that you don't have a lot of the information right now, but is that something you could commit to say that you won't pile drive, knowing that you do have potentially other areas where you could do spread foot instead?
Again, without having done the investigations, I mean, I can commit to, yes, our absolute goal is to avoid pile driving at every single location, and we will do the investigations, and ultimately that's what we're trying to achieve because we don't want to spend more money than we have to on foundations. But until we do the studies, and again, I appreciate you're in an awkward position, until we do the studies, we don't have that information, but certainly that's our goal.
Okay, and then, so let's say during construction, if you were to discover that nearby wells are impacted, what happens then? Do you just stop construction entirely?
Generally, if something like that happens, if something like catastrophic happens, we put a stop work order, like if someone gets injured, if there's some environmental disaster, or if whatever happens, generally there's a stop work order until we figure it out.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question for Darren Galbraith about, so Councillor Jubinville had mentioned Ridgetown is on wells, which I live in Ridgetown, I am part of that system. But there's also another wind project that's to the west of Ridgetown, is that correct?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I forgot to identify myself last time. So Darren Galbraith, General Manager, Public Utilities Commission. Present time, the turbine farm that is to the northwest, it doesn't affect us presently, no.
And so you're saying that like we haven't experienced any problems with our wells in Ridgetown because of that project to the northwest?
No, our issue is usually sand. As sand enters the high production wells, it decreases the capacity over time, and they cannot be rehabbed. We've looked at that numerous times, and it's not like in Oxford County where they have limestone wells where they can air blast it, and then if that doesn't work, they use acid, bring it back to the surface, have a brand new well. Once we start getting sand in our wells, we have to start turning them down because we get turbidity from them, so production goes down, which brings us to the point of having to drill more wells.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the work that you do in Wheatley. There's a lot of community groups that very much benefit from the specific local community fund. I know that that's a creative component of EDF. So I'm going to ask you similar questions to what I had asked the previous presentation. So there wasn't like an explicit mention of water wells, but on page 28, again, similar chart, there is a note of like avoiding erosion and sedimentation of water bodies. When we're talking about sedimentation of water bodies, like the concern of the general public is sedimentation in the aquifer, right? Is that considered in your, when you're talking about that, or does sedimentation of water bodies mean something different? I'm not a hydrology geologist, so I just really don't have the expertise there.
If I were reading that, I would assume that was surface water, because that's typically what sedimentation concerns are around, natural water courses, and the impact on the wildlife. That's what I would assume.
And so then, is it your opinion that any of the work or activity that you do wouldn't impact something like an aquifer where wells are drawing their water from, like the deeper aquifer?
Yes, that's my opinion, that the work that is being proposed would not necessarily, but it is important to monitor that
Right.
as part of the process.
And I think a challenge that we as council have is in this community, like there is timelines of previous projects and impacts or experiences of wells that are very much connected in timeline. And so it's very hard, especially if you do not have a geology background, to kind of piece that together, right? So that's the concern. Has there been any well issues in the Romney area?
No, I mean, none that I'm aware of. No one's ever come forward with a well issue. And, you know, I guess that's one of the things, you know, I'd like to say is that there's 550 turbines. Obviously, people have genuine concerns with well issues, and well issues can happen. But also, I think a majority of turbines out there probably haven't had issues. And our goal is to try and design a project where there are no issues. I get it, you know, you're in an awkward position, right? You're asked to be deciding on that before you've done it. And it's a very challenging task. But, you know, as responsible developers with a rigorous process, our goal is to ensure that there are no impacts, and if there are impacts, they're mitigated properly.
Right. And then this might be a question for you, and it might be a question for staff. The proposed projects that we are evaluating and that we are going to choose whether or not we support tonight are very close to each other. So they both have like, you know, 15-ish turbines in their proposal. But what if they both move forward and then they are both approved? Have you considered that? And I wish I would have asked our previous presenter the same question, but I imagine the answer might be similar, just given the process here.
I think as Andrew mentioned earlier, it's a competition. So we're all bidding for like projects from all over the province. There are probably, you know, thousands of megawatts on Crown Land up north. They're only giving out 1,300 megawatts of contracts. There's a lot of projects out there competing for that. In the point system, projects located up north have their extra points if you're located up north. So in my view, most projects are probably awarded up on Crown Lands because they will be more competitive. I think there's a potential then for a project, a small project, to win in Chatham. There's probably a very low probability that both win, not impossible, but in my opinion, and Andrea probably say this too, it's probably unlikely we both win.
Right, because I think a concern, and perhaps staff could comment on this, right? Because a concern also is it's a difficult decision to say yes to 15 turbines. It's an even more difficult decision to think about saying yes to possibly 30 turbines and the impact to that. So I just wanted, I don't know, Bruce, if you have a comment about that.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate what you're saying. I think, you know, there's the option for council is you can support both, you can support neither, you can support one, right? That's really what it's on the table here tonight. I think 30 turbines in the grand scheme of things is, you know, most of our previous projects were, you know, minimum of 30 turbines, frankly, in terms of number of turbines that we've seen over the past. I think somebody off earlier, I think there's been 15 wind projects over the years of various sizes that, you know, have been awarded just over 500 turbines in Chatham-Kent. I think that was mentioned earlier. So 30 turbines versus 15. Obviously, if both get awarded contracts, they'll have to be sited accordingly to meet requirements for noise between the two, right? If there's some potential proximity to both. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Those are all of my questions. I'll reserve comments for comment time.
Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Canada. And to our guests there, Capstone was in that area there before and they pulled out. And now yous went in. What was the reason for Capstone pulling out?
I can't speak on behalf of Capstone, obviously, but I think it wasn't that they pulled out and we moved in. We were already there. We were sort of overlapping, and we both ended up in the same area because we both believed it was a suitable area, right? There was no cumulative noise impacts. There was available land. There were interested landowners. We were talking to the same landowners. And I think, you know, Capstone, again, can't speak for them, but they scaled back. And so it wasn't that they moved out and we moved in. We happened to already be there. And I guess they just, you know, reduced their size just so they weren't overlapping and competing.
Okay. I'll ask you the same question too. The Shell Rock, how deep is it in that area?
I looked up. So based on 542 well records that we've sort of looked at on a regional scale, the overburden depth, the wells are completed between 3.7 to 56.4 meters below ground surface. So that's the overburden. And that was 305 wells, 230 of the wells were terminated within the bedrock, which ranged from 15.2 to 83 meters below ground surface in terms of where it's terminated. So it is variable, but I can say that on average, the depth of the overburden wells were 20.6 meters below ground surface, and the average depth of bedrock wells was 28.6 meters below ground surface. So it's variable, but that should give you a sense of how deep the bedrock is.
Yeah, now I was talking to a well driller there, and he's claiming that there's spots that it's 40 feet to 230 feet. It depends where he drills out there. So it'd be 12,
well,
15,
that's about
yeah.
right if you use a multiplier of 3. It's about right.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Just want to say appreciate all the deputations tonight. A lot of good questions and concerns raised. Appreciate the presentations from both the developers as well. Very detailed. Thank you. Appreciate both of your willingness and commitment for further consultation and conversations. Also appreciate all the great questions from my colleagues around the table here tonight. I do have one question that I don't think we've touched on yet, but my question is for Gord, our CFO. So understanding that these projects are not guaranteed, even if we approve this tonight, and they still need to go through more consultation, environmental review, analysis, et cetera, what we've heard. But can you comment, Gord, on what these projects and these support agreements that we're going to be voting on this evening, what do these mean overall and for the life of them? What does that mean financially for Chatham-Kent? And can you provide some examples on what that funding could be used for?
Thank you. through the mayor, these projects collectively or individually have very large positive impacts, and it won't be a gain by this council. This is going to take years to develop, but for the next council, it provides a great opportunity. It could be used to reduce taxes, but it also could be used for capital projects. I would suggest that the next council would have an opportunity to fund some very major capital projects that otherwise they would find it hard to afford. Examples that we've been that are in our capital plan are our expansion of affordable housing, and providing supportive housing. And we have our draft recreation master plan that was just presented to council and is out for community, for public comments right now. All those need cash. For example, Councillor Hall in Wallaceburg, we're looking at a $40 million affordable housing build that we've gotten through design work and are getting very close to tender. We hope to get up to 50% federal funding for that, but there'd still be 20 million left for the property taxpayers to pick up. We would debenture that, spread it over 20 years. Just that alone could be covered by one of these projects, the debenture payments over those 20 years, both the community benefit and the new taxes coming in. You spread that into multiple projects, and also the discussions that we're having later in the year when the battery projects come. They all add up, and it could become a tremendous gain. Sorry, my computer just died right in mid. I had a couple comments written down. But it's just the money that we're going to get. It's the economic spin-off. The presenters talked about the local jobs, construction jobs, but also after the permanent staff that live, own houses in Chatham-Kent as they service the turbines and add to our property tax base as well. As we said, the province has given you the political decision tonight, whether you want to accept this cash injection. But I'm suggesting that it could be used to better communities while supporting the province's future energy needs. And lastly, and I have a lot of knowledge of this, is the local community donations that come from these projects, of the ones that exist in Chatham-Kent right now, I'm talking of, and I know there's proposals included in the proposal tonight, but the donations to the local community hall or agricultural society or those small town community groups, the fund, parades or whatever, the funding that can be in part of that to help the local communities over the next 20 plus years. And we of course always expect extensions to these too. I know if it doesn't work out, they would be decommissioned, but this has the potential for future extensions past that 20-year period as well. So this is an immense financial opportunity.
I appreciate that context, Gordon. Thank you, Mayor Cannon.
Councillor Doyle, if you've got a quick question, quick one.
Yep, just to follow up on, thank you, Mayor, just to follow up on my last one. I do commend you for having that in the lease agreement, that you'll be responsible for any wells that they break, or if they get damaged. So just curious, what is the process should that happen? Do they then have to basically just come to you and say, hey, my well's broken, you come fix it? Or do you say you need to bring us to court and prove that it was us, and then we'll act on it at that point?
I mean, these are our landowners with our infrastructure on there for 30 years. They're our business partners, if you like. So, we've had incidences where, farmers have been mad at something we did. A road was going to go in a certain place, an exact place, and it wasn't. And the construction firm did it. And, they can just get out there and plant their combine across there, and you're not accessing the farm. So there's a million and one ways that, a farmer can take action, when we're doing things. That's what we obviously try to avoid, right? We never want to get in that situation. So when a farmer comes to us and says, hey, I've got an issue with whatever, we resolve it, right? We sit down with them and we figure it out. All of our farmers that are involved in our projects, for sure, we've run into issues, like maybe a junction box was not exactly where it was supposed to be, right? And we're like, okay, but it has to go there, and we didn't design it that way, it's an issue. We will compensate you for that or whatever it might be. So these are things that we have to resolve amicably with our landowners because we're in a relationship for the next 30 to 40 years.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. I guess I'm just more worried about the ones who their well can't be fixed. But you pay for them to get water.
I mean, we've never been in that situation, obviously. In a situation where if we damaged one of our own landowners' wells and they hadn't been fixed, then yeah, we'd be on the hook to supply them with water or fix it or come up with some solution that would work for them because we're liable at the end of the day, right?
Okay.
If it was our mistake and we made it and we messed up his water, then we're responsible for providing them water. Whatever, there's no process because it's never happened. It would evolve and we'd have a discussion. We'd figure out, okay, what happened? How can it be fixed? How much is it going to cost? What's the best solution? Okay, let's do it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate all the answers. Judy?
16D, IESO LT2 RFP request for municipal support by Crossfield Wind, Inc.
Councillor McDonald and Councillor Wright, can I put this on the floor, please?
Yes, I'll put it on the floor.
Sorry?
I'd rather not, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, Councillor Crew?
I'll second that.
Okay, Councillor McDonald?
Yep, I have something to add to the motion. Should I read it once it's up on the screen?
Certainly.
Right, okay, I'll just start now. That the following additional term be added to the community support agreement. The proponent agreed to develop and undertake a groundwater monitoring program, including a contingency plan, prior to the commencement of the construction of the wind facility for all active water wells within the project study area, and for all active water wells that are outside of the project study area and located within 1 kilometer from each piece of individual equipment of the wind facility, with permission from each individual landowner. The proponent shall also agree to develop and undertake a ground-borne vibration monitoring program prior to any pile driving activities and blasting activities at the project location. That the groundwater monitoring program and ground-borne vibration monitoring program be carried out in accordance with conditions G and H that were established in Renewable Energy Approval Number 5272-A9 FHRL for the North Kent Wind 1 project, and subject to any additional amendments or conditions that may be required by the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks through the Renewable Energy Approval process.
Councillor Crew, you good with that amendment?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor McDonald? Any?
So, hold on, I'm just gonna pull my notes. So by far the top concern that we're hearing and have heard tonight is the potential impact on wells. We've heard about the wells in Dover area, and that's why it's important for us to ensure that any future projects take additional precautions like a groundwater monitoring program. Even though we haven't heard of similar issues in the projects surrounding the south of Chatham-Kent, we still have to make sure that all concerns about well water are heard.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Councillor Bondi?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Just a comment. I guess we've been told this is a political decision on the basis of where the process that we're in. So I would suggest to me, this is more of a practical decision. I've been around long enough, and I don't know if anybody else was or recalls, but when the Dover wells went sideways, I was taken on a tour in the wintertime of different homes in Dover Township, and in order to witness what had happened. And in several cases, the water was black and it was had shale in it, but in some cases, the actual pumps from the wells didn't work because they were clogged. So what I experienced, and it was really bad, was like a young family, several of them, with big water tanks outside of their home with insulation wires wrapped around them, pumping water in. And I haven't forgotten that. That was 14 years ago, probably. So to me, it's not worth it. For people to lose their water, what I saw was terrible. And I don't think that the payback, you know, we don't want to follow the money on this one, like at all. And it's a real possibility, and I know it can be argued that it's not, you know, it's very unlikely. Well, if it's even slightly likely, I'm not comfortable with that at all. From what I saw 14 years ago, I don't think it's worth it. And Chatham-Kent, we've done our share. Like, what did they say, 550 windmills in Chatham-Kent? Like, okay, thanks. You know, I think we've done our bit. And these ones are bigger, and I'm just not comfortable with those guys losing their water. Like, I lost my water for a day. Thank you. But yeah, like I lost my water for a day, and it's really, really super inconvenient for a day. You know, like this is permanent. So again, I don't think it's worth it. That's my opinion, so I'm going to vote against this. Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I've got a few things to say. Most of it's been said already. The water aquifer system, it flows down from your Lake Huron, flows south. It's all the wells above the Ridgetown will be infected by these windmills if something happens. And just a rough guess, there's 5,000 people downstream of the windmills between Ridgetown and the surrounding area right out to the lake, because it flows under the lake and it goes as far as Ohio. Plus our livestock. We have a lot of livestock barns where there's a large consumption of water. This could be a big impact. I don't know how you'd run water lines for all the houses out in the country on a real quick basis. It'd be quite a challenge. Again, I don't know, as CK, well, like, what's our liability on this? Can anybody speak on this? Like, we know there's a problem at Dover. What's going to happen if this problem occurs in CK? Like, what are we liable for? Can anybody speak on that?
Well, I didn't want to take any questions, but maybe I'll have some quick clarification, just if you can. Ms. Crawford?
Sure. Happy to answer that question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. So I can speak in general terms. It'd be the municipality's position that these projects are being developed by the private entities who provided you with presentations tonight. If, sort of as was discussed, as opposed to the question period, if issues were to occur where third parties or individuals are experiencing damage to their property or other issues, we would be looking to the developers to respond to that.
So we don't have no liability here then, as a municipal?
Yeah, so just confirming, yeah, the municipality's position is that these are private developments that the developers are carrying out, just like any other commercial enterprise. And so if we were to see that and it was to be, to come forward to this council, that would be administration's response, is that the developers would need to respond to that.
I have a hard time accepting that when we know there's a problem in Dover already, and we're basically just washing our hands on it. Because what happens if this company goes bankrupt or moves on, then it's back the same as the people of Dover are right now. It's exactly the same. Other issues we have is the bird migration. Over 300 different species go through, right down through 21 Highway is the snow geese, which will be coming in probably in 3 weeks, hundreds of thousands of them. That's right where the windmills are going. I have to thank the ones who signed the petition that was passed to Judy tonight. I don't know exactly how many names there was because I put some in and Councillor Juvenville did, so maybe she'll speak on how many she put in too, or how many Judy got. But these people are concerned. I know there was over 1,000 in the petition. How many was there, Judy? Could you tell me?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I received 810 plus 315, so 1,125 unconfirmed addresses on the petition.
So there's over 1,100 concerned citizens out there that's worried about the water and what's going to happen to it. It's going to be, could be great for the community, or it could be a disaster. Time will tell. Thank you.
Councillor Doyle, followed by Councillor Jumenville.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess I'll just start off. A constituent had showed me a map with all the unwilling hosts, municipal hosts for the wind turbines, and asked me to pass it on to council, so I did. So all of councilors received it, and it's a map of basically southern Ontario. Most of southwestern Ontario has said no to these things, and then you see Chatham-Kent right there that says we're still willing hosts. There's a couple small municipalities around us that have also said they're still willing, but the majority of them are red because they are unwilling hosts now. So I just find it weird that all these other municipalities are saying, no, we have so many already, and we're still saying, yeah, give us some more. After knowing what happened in Dover, this is probably the easiest vote I've ever made. We are not pressured provincially or from administration on this vote in any way. So let's vote in favor of our constituents and vote no on these two wind turbine projects. The money offered to us is peanuts in the grand scheme of things, especially if that affects anybody's water. So this is an easy, hard no for me. Thank you.
Councillor Juvenville, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Just want to confirm it's not just Dover, it's Dover and Chatham Township. There was compromise wells in both. I'll try and fit what I want to say into 5 minutes. When I joined council in November of 2022, as anyone of a new councillor would do, I wanted to learn as much as I could about the territory that I represented. One of the issues that I quickly learned about was the destruction of the water wells in North Kent from what one would only assume was the industrial wind turbines. I heard stories that would make your stomach turn and your heart break. I sat across the table from people who were crying because they had no access to water. Like we've heard tonight from the people who have shared their heartfelt stories, I'm still unclear why we are considering these projects, knowing the vulnerability of the aquifer is exactly the same in East Kent as it is in North Kent. It's the same. So I fear we're going to end up with the same result. I forgot to say thank you to everyone who delivered deputations, especially the farmers who I know you're out harvesting right now and you took the time to come here. So I just want to say thank you to that. Obviously, it's very important to you. I personally do not believe wind energy is a valuable or efficient source of energy. I also believe the harmful effects caused by the turbines far outweigh any financial benefits to farmers, property owners, or the municipality. Although I know these two projects will inject millions into Chatham-Kent's coffers over the next 15 to 20 years, I can't risk compromising the health and well-being of hundreds and potentially thousands of Chatham-Kent residents, not to mention the loss of prime agricultural land and the loss to wildlife. Wind turbines have negative impacts, including harm and death to birds and bats, visual pollution affecting landscapes, noise that can disturb residents, and challenges in integrating the power grid due to the wind's intermittent nature. Construction impacts habitats and requires materials with environmental footprints, and some components like blades are difficult to recycle. The construction of wind farms and associated roads can destroy and disrupt wildlife habitats. Turbines can alter migration patterns and other behaviors in birds and bats, leading to the population declines. The massive monster size and number of turbines can change the visual character of our beautiful rural agricultural landscapes. The rotating blades produce noise, which can be a concern for people living near wind farms, not to mention the oil that is seen leaking from some of the older turbines around Chatham-Kent that I've actually seen. The production of materials for turbines and the use of fossil fuels in the process have environmental impacts. Where will they end up at their end of life? The components aren't even manufactured in North America. Most wind turbine blades are difficult to recycle, posing a waste management challenge. Wind energy is unreliable as a variable source. It doesn't blow constantly, making wind power an intermittent energy source. Because wind power is inconsistent, it often requires energy storage solutions like batteries to provide a stable power supply. Integrating fluctuating wind power into existing electrical grid can be complex. There are times when we don't have the ability to store the energy and we actually have to pay other hosts to take the energy from us due to our inability to store it. Knowing that farmland that is used in the footprint area of each turbine will never be restored back to viable farmland is a concern that should be shared by every farmer and every consumer in Ontario. Each turbine takes up approximately 1 to 3 acres of valuable farmland. I've been contacted by 2 realtors, separate people, who have indicated that they are working with clients who have made it clear they do not want to view residences in the East or South Kent proposed area for fear of ending up near a potential turbine project. They may not end up relocating to Chatham-Kent because of this. I've also been contacted by a couple who were going to relocate to the Thamesville area, but because of the fear of this project, they found a home in Lambton County. How many other prospective people who may relocate to Chatham-Kent won't do that now? Lastly, knowing the health hazards that have been caused by the breach of the vulnerable aquifer in North Kent, contaminating the wells with the Kettle Point Black Shale, leading to the loss of the wells, has affected hundreds of families living in North Kent. This should be enough to cause anyone to reject a proposed turbine project in a nearby area. The same vulnerable aquifer can be found in East and South Kent. 9 North Kent families raised their own funds in order to test the sediment from their wells at an independent lab in Michigan. The results show toxic heavy metals. How will this affect their health after drinking and using water from these wells? Why has the Ministry of Health not responded to our resolution asking them to reopen the all hazards investigation? I'm done? Okay. Chatham-Kent has hundreds of turbines across our municipality. We've done our part. If council does decide to go ahead with it, I urge all East and South Kent residents to obtain baseline water, sediment, and well tests. And again, just to reiterate my last 2 sentences, we have 1,125 residents that signed petitions asking us to reject these proposals and to add our name to unwilling turbine hosts in Ontario. I hope council listens to these 1,125 people and all the people that delivered deputations tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I apologize. I have a question based on the addition of the motion. Are you okay if I ask that?
Yes,
of staff?
please.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So through you, again, to our legal team. So the motions that we have tonight have the 1, 2, 3, and now we've added 4. I see number 3, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the support resolution as only happening if clauses 1, 2, and 4 are successfully negotiated. Is that how staff also interpret this?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
So I have expressed some of my concerns through the question. I would say that my greatest concern now, as it relates to this decision, is around the current provincial circumstance and the current ministry circumstance that we have experienced in Chatham-Kent around other projects that do have potential environmental impacts. And I'm speaking about York 1 and Dresden, where the province had reassured us specific environmental supports, and then that was taken away from us. So we have seen where the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks has certainly shifted in what it is that is required when we're talking about, I'll call it environmentally delicate infrastructure. And this environmentally delicate infrastructure is very much related to to water and to the concern about water wells. And so as I'm going through and making this decision, I think about pros and cons, and I had actually shared with a few of my councillor colleagues that I was feeling uncomfortable and unsettled about this decision because of the limited information that we had. While the reports were very detailed, there were words like may and could consider in those projects. And so I then have to think about what is the best case scenario, what is the worst case scenario, and how can we mitigate that? The best case scenario is a situation like we have in the Romney Wind project, right? Very positive. I, as a municipal councillor, have not, in my memory of 2 terms, spoken with anybody with complaints about their wells or even the existence of the wind turbines. And then often through the community of Wheatley, there's tons of positive feedback, and EDF has stepped forward to make the community a brighter place. But the potential worst case scenario is that we have another area in the community that has impact, whether or not it is scientifically proven to be directly because of some of this work or not. And we also, in the worst case scenario, could see pile driving, which brings up a lot of anxiety and concern. And that, I think, is the political decision that we have to make. So then I really do weigh how much do I know, understand, and trust the company that we're working with. And I do think that that has part of what we have to consider for this. So I'm not comfortable supporting the current motion with a company that I haven't seen active in Chatham-Kent, that doesn't have that history in Chatham-Kent, where I, as a West Kent councillor, have had those interactions. I don't know if I'm comfortable in the current provincial environment to support these delicate projects. And that maybe doesn't mean that I don't support the great work that EDF does in West Kent, but it's simply that I don't trust the province in the current environment that we are in. And so that's a challenge that I have to think about as well. So I just wanted to share those comments. I really, really appreciate Councillor McDonald's addition. I think it certainly brings up a little bit of a negotiation card that council can bring to this table that the province hasn't given us in this process. And so there were some concerns around, the process being difficult for all parties involved. And I think what Councillor McDonald has added actually really makes that a bit more reassuring. So I do want to commend her for bringing that forward, because I do think that it offers proactive monitoring, proactive ways to address concerns that folks have had, and also an opportunity to challenge private partners in their scientific beliefs, right? If they truly believe that doing some of this work would not impact wells, then they should be able to happily agree to these terms before we sign that community agreement. So I really do appreciate that insurance. I'll call it the insurance motion. So thank you.
Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I think I would just add at this point that we've sat at this council table for a variety of issues with this sort of do or die approach too many times when if the province wants more communities like ours to host even more turbines, as we already have some of the highest numbers in the province, then the province needs to come to the table. It's as simple as that. We're trying to make decisions, to Councillor Harrigan's point, that could very well be out of our hands in the matter of weeks or months. Because I don't have any issue with businesses coming to our community to explore investment opportunities. I think we should welcome that with open arms, but not every opportunity is a good fit. And not every opportunity, no matter the dollar signs offered to us, is worth putting the health and safety of our residents at risk. At this stage tonight, everyone here, from the consultants and the applicants to staff and the community, have said no one can guarantee the safety of our water right now. And there is still a lot of information to be gathered. And I would feel a lot more comfortable making a decision with having that information. I also don't see, there's some differences with Dresden, but at the same time, there's a lot of similarities. There's private businesses on private land working towards provincial policy about improving our environment. A large majority of residents have concerns, including health concerns and traffic impacts and infrastructure impacts and the longer term impacts. For Dresden, we're shouting from the rooftops with signs and trips to Queen's Park and social media videos. And of course, we should be doing that because we don't agree with what's happening to Dresden. I'm not totally convinced there's a lot of difference with what we're asking potentially to be imposed on the residents of East Kent. But the big difference here, to me, is the paycheck. That's the biggest difference between Dresden and this project. And I'm just seeing it as profits over people, and I am not convinced that that is a worthy way that this council should proceed for less than a 1% equivalent of our annual budget. I cannot in good faith vote in favor of this with such limited information to us tonight, when our own administration cannot in good faith make a recommendation to support it. I cannot in good faith vote in favor at this time. Thank you very much.
Seeing no others, we'll go to Councillor Crew. Do you have anything to add to it? Councillor McDonald, anything to add before we vote?
Yeah, I think we've learned a lot, and it's unfortunate that we're put in this position. And what I'm trying to do with this addition is to try and, like Councillor Harrigan said, is to add some insurance to it. But you know, we've heard all your concerns, like water is a huge deal, so I fully respect if this doesn't pass because of that. So that's really all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll put it to vote.
Counselor Allen?
No.
Counselor C. McGregor?
No.
And Counselor McGrail?
No.
All votes are in. Motion fails. Sorry, somebody just changed it. Motion fails 4-13.
Okay, we'll go on to Councillor Finn.
Just a question. I've never done this before, but is it possible to bring up a motion to declare the municipality of Chatham-Kent an unwilling host and reject any future?
Procedurally, I suggest it's a notice of motion because we've already voted, so it'd probably end up being a reconsideration. So if you did it at notice of motion, then we could bring it up at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we need to move on to the next one.
Item 16E, IESO LT2 RFP, request for municipal support by Botany Wind Project, Inc.
Councillor McDonald, Councillor Crew.
I'll put it on the floor.
Sure, I'll second it.
Okay, any comments, questions for this one? I think we've went through everything, or?
The same amendment from before.
Sorry, go
Can we
ahead.
add to it? Do I have to read it again? Should I read it again?
No, that's okay. We'll copy and paste and put it on the screen.
Thank you.
Just when they're in your presentation. They were up to your presentation, but you know what? Let's just keep going.
Yeah, after this, we're coming on to 10 o'clock, so we'll need an extension. Can I get a motion to move to 10:30? Councillor B. McGregor, seconded by Councillor Juvemil. Anyone opposed to extending to?
Those that are against, please raise your hand high.
10:30.
1, 2, 3. Anyone online opposed? 4, 5. Okay, so motion fails, or motion passes that we can proceed till 10:30. We didn't get enough. And the other one's on the screen.
Okay, Councillor McDonald? Nope, just anything to,
No, my comments are the same as last time.
okay. Anyone else want to say anything? Seeing none, I guess we can put it to vote.
Councillor Allen?
Yes.
Sorry, this is on the motion that's on the screen?
Yes, that's correct, Judy.
Okay, Councillor C. McGregor?
No.
And Councillor McGrail?
No.
All votes are in. Okay, all votes are in. Motion fails 6-11.
Okay, we'll go on to item,
F.
go ahead.
Right, sorry. 16F, IESO LT2 RFP, request for municipal support by FLT Energy, Inc. And there is a brief presentation, I understand. Bruce, I'll pass it over to you.
We'll give it a minute for everybody to clear out if you want to,
Bruce?
You ready to go? Thank you, Your Worship. So the third and final request here tonight is by FLT Energy for a couple of solar projects on municipally owned vacant land in Ridgetown and in Bothwell. So here tonight we have Frank and Mike Tebow, who represent FLT. I see Mike's at the podium now, so I'll turn it over to him for a short presentation.
Thank you, Bruce. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Mike Tebow. I represent FLT Energy, Inc. I'm going to try and keep it very brief for you guys tonight because I'm sure you're quite tired of hearing about renewable energy, so we're going to move through this pretty quick. A little bit about who we are. We're a locally owned and operated energy company. We've been in the area for about 12, 14 years. We currently have 2 solar sites producing about half a megawatt of energy. Our first site is a smaller picture up there, and that's Bothwell, and that produces about 0.1 megawatts. The second site is in Wallsburg, and that produces about 0.4 megawatts. The Wallsburg site is actually on leased land from the PUC, and that's been a great relationship over the last 12 years or so. So naturally, when this opportunity arose for us to expand our business and put in more solar panels, we looked to the city and the PUC first for any available land to see if we can continue that great relationship we've had. So what we're talking about tonight is 2 sites. The one on the left is in Ridgetown. That's on about 26 acres of municipal land. We need about 25.4 acres to produce about 6.6 megawatts. The second site is in Bothwell. And that site would be built across 2 properties. We own the smaller square up there already, and the larger 10 acres would be municipal land. So why now? Why do we need more power? The ISO is predicting that by 2050 we're going to need 75% more power. As with that, there's also a bunch of contracts that are coming to an end on natural gas, oil, some existing solar and wind projects. So there is a big gap of between the energy that's being produced and what's going to be needed by 2050. So that's the reason for coming out with this LT2 process. So just a little bit about the LT2 process. You guys heard a lot about it tonight. Proposal deadline is October 16th. So we have to submit everything by then. Contracts awarded April 14th in 2026 if we are successful. The REA approval typically takes about 6 months, and just like with the wind, we have to go through a lot of the same process for heritage studies, archaeological, waterways, anything like that, to see if the site will affect any of those things. We have to achieve commercial operation by 2030. That's an IESO set out deadline. Now, we can complete the project sooner and come online sooner if that's possible. 2030 is just the IESO's deadline, and then the contract ends in April of 2050. So why solar? It's a renewable energy source. There's no dust or pollutants produced as a byproduct of the energy production process. It does not damage the landscape. It's a very simple construction process, and the posts for the foundations for the racking only need to go about 4 feet in. We need to just go below the frost line. So there's no deep drilling or boring or anything like that. We're no deeper than a fence post is a typical foundation for solar. There's no major excavation or grading needed to the site. As we all know, Chatham-Kent is a very, very flat area. And these sites in particular we chose because they are already very flat, so there should not be any need for large excavation or grading of the land. It does not take up farmland. As was mentioned earlier tonight, the IESO put in a restriction that ground-mounted solar cannot be put on agricultural land. So that's why we looked at other zoning types. Ridgetown is a industrial land, and Bothwell is on deferred development, D zoning. Okay, so that's the site in Ridgetown. Another look at it. It is currently being farmed on a limited lease for a limited value. Like I mentioned, it is industrial land. It's located out in the industrial part of Ridgetown, next to the water treatment facility. Bothwell is located on D-zone land. It's on the south end of Bothwell. On this site, we'd be looking at producing about 2.2 megawatts. It says 2.4 on the board there, but after some talks with Integris, that was reduced just slightly based on once we got better numbers from what the station capacities are. So what we're looking for from you today, we need a letter of municipal support for both sites, as well as we need you to approve the signing of the leases for both these lands. So I will now open it up to any questions you guys have.
Any questions? Councillor Wright?
I don't have a question, I have a comment. It's great to see this land being used, in Ridgetown especially, because it's been just farmland for a long time.
Yes.
And I never got one email on this proposal, which is very unusual for Ridgetown, so thank you.
Councillor Scotchy?
Never mind. I thought the questions were done. I was going to move the recommendations, but looks like there is a question maybe.
Yeah, we're just doing questions now, and then I'll get to the Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you. Can you just tell me briefly, how is the grass in the field area planned to be maintained? And have you had any issues or complaints in your current sites about long grass or ticks or anything of that nature?
We've never had any issues. We're either planning on planting grass or clover on the site. Either one, they both make great ground coverage. Typically, we cut the grass as needed if it gets decent height, so every 4 weeks or so, depending on the season. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Councillor Doyle?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. I've seen these in other places that are done on, like over parking lots.
Okay, yeah.
Have you guys looked into doing that? Any stuff like that?
We
around
have
here?
considered it. We've also looked at approaching local businesses if they have available roof space, that kind of thing. That we're not pursuing it for this window. We already had to have our registration in about a month ago. So for this one, these are the only 2 sites we're considering. But the ISO is considering multiple future windows for the LT2. They plan on spacing those about a year apart. So if we see an opportunity on those, we will absolutely pursue that as well.
Okay, awesome. I just thought that was a good idea to give shade to the cars and you get your sun nothing around. So
Yep, double use of the land for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Juvenville, you and Councillor Scott, you want to put this on the floor, please?
Whoops. Oh my gosh. I so move.
Seconded.
Any comments, Councillor Juvenville or Councillor Scotchy? No. Any other comments? Okay, with that, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor McGrail?
Yes.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
And Councillor Allen? All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
Okay, we'll move on to items. No, I guess we'll move on to notices of motion. I have 2 of them, Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Story.
Okay. I, Councillor Brock McGregor, will bring forward the following motion for discussion and voting at the next council meeting, whereas the municipality has passed bylaw 382016 on March 21st, 2016, under the Act to regulate the operation of municipal cemeteries in the municipality of Chatham-Kent, and whereas the bylaw set standards for the installation of monuments, markers, and memorials in municipal cemeteries to ensure that parameters of material, size, style, and content are adhered to by interment rights holders, and whereas to date the municipality has not permitted exemptions to the current standards, therefore staff be directed to update conformance requirements to reflect new trends in community interest in headstone design and develop a process to evaluate exception requests in an updated bylaw during their current bylaw review. And prior to this review being complete, staff be directed to permit the installation of a non-conforming monument in Dresden Cemetery by Lance Babcock. Thank you.
Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I, Councillor Alison Story, will be providing the following motion for discussion and voting on October 20th. Whereas in the interest of transparency, council and the taxpayer should have the full financial picture of the old Sears proposal in order to make an informed decision about whether or not to proceed to the next phase. Whereas the costs of any project are not just upfront construction costs, but long-term life cycle and maintenance costs, operating costs like increased staffing needs, utilities, insurance, security, equipment, IT, and more. Whereas council and the public have not yet been presented with detailed ongoing operating costs of this proposal. Whereas under provincial legislation, Chatham-Kent is legally required to fully understand and plan for the cost of delivering services, including requirements to produce and maintain detailed asset management plans, strategic policy, service levels, financial and life cycle planning. Whereas administration's October 21st, 2024 report to council, passed by council, detailed asset management plans and overview documents state once CK requires an asset, the municipality must fund the remaining life cycle costs, such as operations, maintenance, and likely inevitable renewal. These other life cycle costs are far more significant than the initial construction or purchase cost and are often multi-generational, since life cycle costs are spread across multiple decades. Chatham-Kent must approach its asset planning with a long-term view to ensure it effectively manages the assets and assists in making informed choices. Whereas as identified in the detailed asset management plans report to council on April 28th, 2025, there is a $2.36 million annual funding shortfall for the next 10 years for a total of $2.3 billion for current assets owned by Chatham-Kent. This is without the addition of the old Sears reconstruction, whereas council has not received yet a detailed asset management plan or specifically related to the old Sears proposal to date, including the cost increases associated with the increase in size of the Civic Center, Library, and Museum. And further, these costs do not appear to be included in the existing budgets or the $2.36 million annual funding shortfall. Whereas any potential increase in staff or potential increase in operating budgets for the Chatham Library branch at the old Sears site and the Chatham-Kent Museum branch at the old Sears site, despite an increase in space of 90% and 150% respectively, have not yet been provided to council. Wrapping up. Therefore, in order for council to have a full financial picture of all potential costs of the old Sears building that includes not only the upfront construction costs, but ongoing annual life cycle financial and sustainability requirements required by provincial legislation, be it resolved that this item be deferred until complete ongoing costs of this proposal can be prepared by administration for council and public review. This report should include the incremental annual life cycle costs and any potential tax impacts needed to ensure the sustainability of the old Sears building proposal, including but not limited to full cost for project manager for duration of the project, amount of annual increases from utilities, maintenance and security, interest charges from all debentures, amount of annual increases for costs resulting from increase in operating size, including flooring, furniture, shelving, HVAC, roofing, mechanical, electrical, exterior and interior upgrades, parking, any increase in staff, and any increase in respective operating budgets resulting in expanding the Chatham-Kent Museum space by approximately 150% and Chatham Library branch space by approximately 90%, and how any potential increases will impact overall museum and library service levels across Chatham-Kent. Staff return to council with this information before the end of 2025. Thank you.
Councillor Finn.
I, Councillor Finn, will bring forward the following notice of motion to be discussed and voted on at our next meeting on October 20th. Whereas the independent electrical system operator has proposed to move forward with 3 RFPs where new wind turbine projects can receive a contract from the IESO, and whereas people living near existing wind turbines, report considerable impact on their lives due to noise, health, and clean water risks, along with other emissions and issues caused from the wind turbines. And whereas there are gaps in the enforcement of key terms of the renewable energy approvals governing existing projects relative to noise standards and resolution of complaints, and whereas Chatham-Kent has not received a response from their letter to the Ministry of Health dated May 2023 regarding the all-hazard investigation, and whereas municipal approval is required to locate one of these projects in the municipality of Chatham-Kent, therefore be it resolved that Chatham-Kent Council does not support the establishment of any new wind turbine projects within the municipality, and that administration be directed to advise the IESO and any potential applicants who approach the municipality about wind turbines projects of this resolution.
Okay, communication items. Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Scott, you gotta get you move them, please.
So moved, Mayor Caniff.
Seconded.
Anyone opposed to the communication items? Seeing none, passes. Non-agenda business. Councillor B. McGregor.
Very quickly, wanted to congratulate everyone involved in the opening of the new tennis dome in Chatham-Kent. So if you're looking to play tennis, I'm looking at Councillor Bondi if he wants to play me. You can check out online tennisclubs.ca/Chatham. There's information about memberships there. There's also programming. There's programming available to non-members. There's information about using the space provided by third parties as well. So lots of information out there. If you haven't had a chance to check it out, look for activities, check out the website, and play some tennis.
Closed session reports. Councillor Hall and Councillor Doyle, can I get you a second that, please?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Confidentiality in closed session meetings. Closed session meetings of council are held to discuss sensitive matters such as legal issues, personnel matters, or property negotiations. These sessions are governed by strict confidentiality to protect the interests of the municipality and individuals involved. Council members and staff are legally and ethically bound to maintain discretion, and any disclosure of information discussed in closed session may result in penalties or legal consequences. Closed session report for Monday, October 6, 2025. Council received information on advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege regarding potential solar and wind projects, Section 239(2)(f) of the Municipal Act, and litigation and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege regarding Erie Shore Drive update, Section 239(2)(e) and F of the Municipal Act. And I so move, Mayor Cannon.
So seconded.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. First and second reading, Councillor Jubenville and Councillor McGrail. Can I get you to move that, please?
I so move.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Third and final reading, Councillor Allen and Councillor Bondi.
And seconded.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Resolution of Council, Councillor Hall and Councillor Sakachi. I think you should wrap it up.
I move that Chatham-Kent Council adjourn to its next meeting to be held on Monday, October 20th, 2025, and that Chatham-Kent Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act.
So seconded.
Anyone opposed to call it quits at 10:14? Seeing none, call it a night. Thanks.